don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, everybody. How are ya? Great to see ya. Hope everybody slept well last night and had a great Saturday night. For those of you that joined me here last night, first and foremost, my apologies. It was a very crappy show. I had internet and link issues, so my apologies for that. I promise the next one will be so much better. But even though it was, I appreciate you guys being here with us. I enjoyed spending the time with you guys, period. So thank you for being here again. And welcome back today. It's great to see you guys in here. Appreciate you so much. Hope everybody is doing well, enjoying their, crappy day today. Here in Ohio, it's rainy, crappy, cold, and just nasty as compared to yesterday. So either way, I appreciate you being here. But I hope you're having a good Sunday. Last day of the weekend. For all you hard workers getting ready to go back tomorrow, I'm sorry. But I'll be here whenever you need me to be. So you can always pop in here when you want something else to do and hang out with us. So come on in. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Grab a cup of joe, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in. Sit down, please. Have a conversation with me. There's 16 peeps in the house. 7 likes. You guys are awesome. Please and thank you. Make sure to hit the like button on your way in the door and share this out and let everybody know what we're doing today. Many different things to look at as always and seeing what's going on out there in that crazy world that we live in. Of course, we look up. We're looking in on any updates with the Jack and Lily Sullivan situation and so much other stuff going on out there. That's what we'll be doing. So tell your friends, your family, and let them know who we got in here so far today. It looks like Christy Nevada. Thank you for joining us, Christy. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Skull Machi. I think I said that right. Welcome, my friend. Good talking to you this morning. Chickbait's in the house today. Phil. Welcome back, Phil. Always happy to see you. Phil always puts a smile on my face at some point during the show. I swear. She just knows what to say to push them buttons to make me laugh. The one day I laughed so hard I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital. I think I cracked a rib, but yeah. Always glad to see Phil in the house. Walt TV's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Brandy B, the OG, was in here. Elizabeth Wagner, welcome back to you. Great to see you. There she is, Brandy B. Thank you, Christy, for that too, as well. So amazing. Hard at work already. Christy's a new addition to the Blue Crew, and we love her. Love her, love her. She does amazing things. Such a, she fits right in my opinion. Very much so. And you're doing amazing, Christy. Thank you for that. Right. Let's see here. Let me see. Show. Mittens for Kittens, welcome back. Good to see you. Always happy to see you here, Miss Christina. Good to see you as well. So yeah, again, one more time, for those of you that were here last night with us, I'm sorry. It was crappy. I just was having all sorts of, because of this crappy weather. The internet was lagging. It was just, I was mad. Tonight I'm going to be doing, if everything works out well, probably a music show for those of you that know those. That's what we're doing in here tonight, around 7 or 8 Eastern Standard Time. Once we get through this morning show. I know I ain't going outside to do anything today because it is caca out there. It's rainy and just gross. No sun, as always. It's called my Chi, the True Crime Cafe. Chi like tea or like Cobra? What? Huh? You lost me on that one. It's chilly out today. It's weird. We still ain't really had summer starting yet. My pool's open and the water's like freezing. Nobody's gonna be getting in that thing anytime soon. We ain't had enough sun yet. You got your mulch done at 7:30 this morning. You ain't playing, are you, Christy? Good Lord. Yeah, we have to get our mulch brought in too. Get remulch. We did a bunch last year. We put extra in last year, thinking, oh, maybe we won't have to do so much next year. Nope, same amount, same thing, same time. It's crazy. I go by Scully. I love the X-Files Skull. That's like my favorite show. I've watched all of those probably 4 times. I own the whole Blu-ray set, everything. I've been collect X-Files toys because I'm a toy collector. I have action figures and stuff like that. So I even have Mulder and Scully action figures. Love the X-Files. If that's what you were saying, I'm just telling you I love it. Yeah, CZ's in the house. Good morning, CZ. Great to see you today. Hope you're doing well, dear. Yeah, I like my toys and my figurines, my G.I. Joes. Miss Lacey, welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, I collect old school G.I. Joes, the new ones, the Transformers, horror figures. I love horror stuff, so I have Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Leatherface action figures. Everybody my mods like to tease me and call them dolls, but you know, it is what it is. I collect Hot Wheels and other. Here we go. There it is. You're not dolls. Yeah, see? There it is. There it is. And I'm a huge Scooby-Doo fan. Kennywood is definitely, if they're open, Walt, there's no lines. I'm a huge Scooby-Doo fan, so I have Scooby-Doo toys too, and Charlie Brown. I collect those too. I just like toys. That's why I like getting out of school in June, May, because summer isn't really here. Yeah, good point, CC. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai was the stuff. I'm actually looking at the they make Cobra Kai action figures. They have Daniel LaRusso, Johnny. They have the other kids, but they have the Karate Kid action figures too with Mr. Miyagi and stuff. I'm even looking at getting. They've started coming out with Sesame Street figures, new ones by NECA for the old school days. I'm looking at those. I'm looking at my favorite cereals, Blueberry, Frankenberry, and Count Chocula. They have action figures for those now. And they have the Ben Cooper costumes that we all wore when we were kids, the plastic Halloween masks with the really crappy made vinyl costumes. Well, they've come out with little small child action figures that have those costumes on that match up to the ones we wore when we were kids. I'm going to start looking into those too. They're pretty awesome. Thank you, Christy. Oh, Tomboy Charm collects ducks, Scully, and has a bunch of them in here. She's got a ton of them when she comes in here. Jesse Schul's in the house. Good morning, brother. Good to see that. The slit that cut your tongue. Yes, Suzanne. Oh my God. And all of us stuck our tongue through that too. That's crazy. They looked scary. You ain't lying, chick. There must be 50,000 birds in the trees outside my house. Seriously, can't hear the birds. It's like metal band. Maybe it's the. Do you see Alfred Hitchcock out there anywhere, Phil? Don't go out there alone. If you do, wear a hard hat. Hope you're doing good today, Jesse. Great to see you, brother. All right. Mm-hmm. Come on in, guys. We got 35 peeps in here, 18 likes. We can do better than that, you guys. Let's get this up there and out there if we can, please. It's that time of year, isn't it, though, Phil? Where they do their thing. We have that here because I live in the country. They go house to house to house, tree to tree to tree, in like groups of like 300. It's crazy. Wait, what? It's getting out of hand here in LA. What? For what? What now? What's going on there now, Scully? I saw something about that in France. There was riots in France. Karen's in the house. Matt Emilo, what's going on, brother? Murder of crows. Good stuff, Suzanne. I'm gonna have to look into that, Mittens. That bird looking in my window making noise. My cats. Oh yeah, the cats love that one, making them weird meowing noises. LA's getting crazy, really. I have to look into that stuff. Ice raid protest. Yeah, we'll look into that too today. Mark Schumann, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Is Christine here by herself? I hope not. Brandy, you're in here, right? Yeah. Okay. I think. Okay, as long as we got at least two of you guys in here, we're good. I don't want to put it all on Christy. She's still new, so I don't want her to have to handle it all on her own. But she won't want to come back. Okay. I just want to make sure you're okay. It is Sunday, so we don't get a whole lot of people have the weekends. They do their own things, their family things, and family's always first here. So you got family stuff going on. Don't you dare worry about being here. I can handle it if I need to. Murder of crows. Good stuff. Paula's in the house. Hello, Miss Paula. The positive Paula Fitzhenry. We love it. Daniela Kiriakou, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Really, Suzanne? Is it that bad? How do I not know about this? I don't watch the news, guys, so especially not national news. I just don't. It's all BS and crap. So what are we being told to? Let's put it this way. What's going on now out there in the world that they want us looking over to LA instead? Let's put it that way, because you guys know how that goes. I'm wonderful. Danielle, thank you. Holy shit, you guys wouldn't lying, were you? What the hell is going on? Y'all, this ain't cool. Federal agents I guess we'll start here then, since we got this up and talking already. And whoever, if you guys are living out that way, please be careful. Good Lord. Stop that. Hold on here.
Protesters and federal agents clashing in Southern California over recent ICE arrests. This video showing the violent confrontations outside a federal building in downtown LA. Police cracking down on protesters, declaring it an unlawful assembly, ordering the crowd to go home. This is the second day of chaos and vandalism. Tonight, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem warning the protesters, "You will not stop us or slow us down." All of this as the man mistakenly deported to a notorious prison in El Salvador, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is now back in the U.S. facing charges now, accused of transporting undocumented migrants. His attorney calling the charges, quote, preposterous. ABC's senior reporter Catherine Faulders leads us off tonight.
Tonight, protests escalating into conflict in Los Angeles as the Trump administration's aggressive deportation efforts spark fear and outrage across the country. For the second consecutive day, angry crowds clashed with law enforcement following a series of ICE raids that drew condemnation from local leaders.
You cannot just come into the community and terrorize citizens the way you did.
An ICE raid in Paramount today devolving into chaos. Dramatic aerial footage showing protesters blocking a bus carrying officers. Police in riot gear dispersing crowds with flashbangs and tear gas. The FBI vowing to find people they say threw rocks at law enforcement vehicles. And in New York, video showing this man, which the Department of Homeland Security identified as Joaquin Rosario Espinal of the Dominican Republic. Authorities say Espinal resisted arrest following the dismissal of his immigration proceedings. He and another woman who allegedly assaulted an officer were arrested, authorities say, despite interference by members of the public. The Department of Homeland Security calling for an end to the violence against ICE officers who they claim are facing a 413% increase in assaults when carrying out arrests. The tensions reaching a breaking point just as Kilmar Abrego Garcia arrives back in the United States. The 29-year-old Salvadoran man from Maryland became a symbol of Trump's immigration crackdown after the administration admitted to mistakenly deporting him. The government of El Salvador agreeing to his release to face charges. Abrego Garcia, now the subject of a 2-count federal indictment. Those charges stemming from this 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee, where Abrego Garcia was pulled over driving an SUV with 9 other people inside.
He's hauling these people for money. You got an collar, is what he's doing.
The Department of Justice alleging Abrego Garcia was part of a human smuggling ring responsible for transporting drugs, weapons, and migrants, including MS-13 gang members. His attorney called the charges preposterous, and his wife had previously denied he had any affiliation with the gang. With sources tell ABC News that the decision to indict Abrego Garcia led to the abrupt resignation of a top federal prosecutor in Tennessee. His departure prompted by concerns the case was being brought for political reasons. Whit.
Catherine Faulders reporting for us in Washington tonight. Thank you.
Wow, y'all, here we go. I knew this was coming down. I knew it was coming down the road. Jesus. Please, folks, if you're in these areas, please, I can't stress it. Please be careful. Stay away. And here's the thing, folks. When they instill martial law, which I believe they either have or they're about to, when they bring the military in and they instill martial law, they can shoot to kill on sight. Okay? We don't want to see that happening to our people. None of our people. Whether they're here, I don't want to see that happen to anybody, whether they're here legally or illegally. We don't want that to happen, because that will allow them, once that starts, it's a whole different law, folks. This is crazy. And I'm so sad to see this. I truly am. Our country's been falling apart for a while. This stuff doesn't help. I understand with the illegals and all that kind of stuff, but I just think it could have been handled a little differently. And the media, of course, the media makes it so much, more in your face and worse, and just, it's crazy. Crazy. Hang on.
Here's what we know so far. The LA County Sheriff's Department tells NBC News one person has been arrested and several others were detained following protests yesterday. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley announced on X that more than a dozen people were arrested for allegedly impeding federal agents. This morning, it's still not clear what charges they could face. Crowds quieted down overnight, but earlier in the day, federal officials clashed with several protesters at several locations as unrest ensued. NBC4's Annette Arriola live in our newsroom to break down what else is happening right now. Annette, good morning.
Michelle, good morning to you. A very busy 24 hours.
Krista.
Demonstrators erupted across L.A., tensions reaching a boiling point, and now National Guard members are here in Southern California. And President Donald Trump has said that Marines could also be called in. This is the new video coming in from overnight showing the California National Guard arriving to the detention center in downtown L.A. The Trump administration saying the deployment is in response to the protests that began Friday night over immigration enforcement operations that have resulted in clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement. Now, this video here from News Chopper 4 is as it flew over the federal building last night on Alameda, and you can see there dozens of agents coming out of the building to disperse crowds in downtown. At one point, they fired pepper balls and flash grenades to push back protesters. Now, the LAPD declared an unlawful assembly and moved the demonstrators off the streets. Our McCullough Medina was on scene last night speaking with those demonstrators.
Are you concerned at all about what's happening here, how they're responding to you guys?
I'm concerned because honestly, like, we're peacefully protesting, you know? We're not throwing anything. We're not causing any damage, anything. I mean, there is graffiti, right? But at the end of the day, the damage was more cost to us than we cost to them.
And our McCullough Medina was also caught in the middle of the melee. You hear there the flashbangs going off. He was standing very close to the news van, and then you see him being pushed out as the chaos unfolds. Now, Governor Newsom has also issued a statement saying that the federal government's decision to take over the California National Guard is, quote, purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. Michelle, we'll send it back to you.
Welcome, Miss Kaylee. I'm always good, and it's wonderful to see you. It always makes me better. So thank you for joining us today, dear.
And canisters of tear gas were thrown into the crowds in Paramount yesterday as deputies and federal agents in riot gear stood across the street from a Home Depot there. The Sheriff's Department declared it an unlawful assembly and asked the crowds to disperse peacefully. Deputies say at one point the crowd grew to about 350 to...
Just so you guys know, them ain't paintballs are shooting. They're pepper balls, which sting like hell. So just know that. 400
people and turned violent. Protesters were heard shouting at agents and throwing fireworks at law enforcement. NBC4 spoke to people in Paramount about what they witnessed.
It's anger that we have, fear.
Good point, Scully.
A mix of emotions, heartbreaking. You know, no one is expecting to go to work and not come home. People are here for a better living. And if people are not seeing problems with this, then they need to wake up, because that's a big issue.
The FBI also shared this video online in an attempt to track down the person throwing rocks at cars in the city. President Trump deployed the National Guard in attempts to keep the peace, as you just heard. This is a move that the U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California says is necessary. He spoke with NBC4's Conan Nolan. Homeland Security says ICE has arrested 2,000.
United States Attorney Bill Asaley says there was no immigration raid at the Home Depot yesterday in Paramount, but rather immigration agents were staging at a nearby federal building.
So it was just a staging area for our federal agents, but they were spotted and word got out, and these agitators who are organizing this resistance effort started mobilizing people to that location, and it turned into an ugly scene pretty quickly.
Saley says that ugly situation did not stop them from issuing their pre-planned deportation orders. The rock throwing at their staging area did injure several ICE officers.
One officer broke a wrist. Some other officers suffered injuries from rocks and cement block pieces that were thrown at them. We had one individual throwing Molotov cocktails. He's been arrested now.
President.
I know Mama Bear's not here today, guys. She's working on her house. It's just me. It's just me. Yeah, guys. And it's no worries, Krista. Thank you for being here again, guys. Please, pray for our country and all of us, guys. We need to come together. This is crazy.
Donald Trump last night was attending a UFC fight in New Jersey. Prior to that, he authorized the mobilization of 2,000 National Guard troops to assist federal DHS and ICE agents, an action criticized by Governor Gavin Newsom, who posted that the move was inflammatory, that he is in close communication with law enforcement, and that there is currently no unmet need, adding, "This is the wrong mission and will erode public trust," as Saley welcomes the deployment.
You have thousands of people forming and gathering in crowds, rioting, attacking our agents, throwing rocks, throwing eggs, throwing Molotov cocktails. They overwhelmed the local authorities. They overwhelmed us yesterday. And so the National Guard is being deployed, and they're going to help keep the peace.
As Saley says, the weekend actions are nothing new. Search warrants Friday for employers in the Fashion District and targeted arrests for those facing court-ordered deportation on Saturday. What is new is the response.
We're seeing a very sophisticated level of organization by union groups and other groups to mobilize people to violently resist our efforts to enforce immigration law here. That's not gonna stand.
The U.S. Attorney says immigration warrants will continue to be served. Conan Nolan, NBC4 News.
Yeah, guys, we don't do politics in here, but this is our country here I'm talking about. This is just people getting hurt and things happening. So it's sad to see this happening. I know that, certain things need to happen. Okay. But at some point, violence is not always the answer, in my opinion. I'm just saying, okay. That's just it. We have enough negativity going on in this world right now, and in this country as well. And the country's already fallen apart at some point because of other things. Okay. So this is just adding to more. We don't need it. That's all I'm saying. So, and I'm not putting anything on anyone, any people or any of any sorts. I don't look at that way. And that's what we don't need, is we don't need any more division than we already have, guys. We're all one. We're all the same brothers and sisters under the same God, as far as I'm concerned. I don't look at different sects of people and things like that at all. I don't care who you are. And I don't like this at all. This bothers the hell out. All right, guys, hold on. I'm going to run this real quick.
Protest over in Los Angeles and what the Trump administration is now doing to try to tackle that entire situation. I want to take a look at some of this footage over in that area, some aerial footage courtesy of our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Take a look at this. President Trump deploying 2,000 California National Guard troops to LA over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom after a second day of clashes between hundreds of protesters and federal immigration authorities in riot gear. Confrontations broke out on Saturday near Home Depot in the heavily Latino city of Paramount, which is just south of Los Angeles. That's where federal agents were staging at a Department of Homeland Security office nearby. Now, agents unleashed tear gas, flashbang explosives, and pepper balls, and protesters in turn hurled rocks and cement at Border Patrol vehicles. We want to continue this discussion even further by bringing onto the program now national security analyst, retired Marines intelligence officer, Hal Kemper. Hal, good to see you.
Good to see you, Carol.
All right, let's start with the basics, Hal. What can the National Guard do here in this situation? What was the thought process behind sending those troops?
Well, Corell, it's rather interesting. The National Guard has two statuses. They are a military force. Their armies say, I mean, their uniforms say U.S. Army or U.S. Air Force, depending on which component they're in. But day to day, they kind of work under the governor, more or less. The governor can call them up. He can use them for
I see it,
things
Phil.
like quelling civil unrest. He can actually even use them for law enforcement, although most states, they don't do that. But they could do that under state law if they're in state status, and it's what's called state active duty. What President Trump has done is he's called these National Guard troops up in federal status in what's called Title 10. That's a federal status like any other federal military member anywhere in the world. And he's using them, and that's where it's not quite clear, but he's bringing them up. He's going to bring, well, not bring them up, they're actually in law. I think for the most part, they're actually activating National Guard troops in the Los Angeles area, but they will disperse to various locations to provide some sort of federal military support. And that's what's not clear. There was some language that was put out about quelling the riots or quelling the protests or doing something like that. That would be the president invoking the Insurrection Act. That is basically saying that state and local authorities have lost control of the situation, and the only way they can gain control, protect the public, is to declare the Insurrection Act, and he could do that. He has not done that. But what could they do short of that? Well, they historically speaking, they can do a lot. They were used in the 92 riots in Los Angeles. Federalized National Guard and the Marines. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has talked about possibly bringing up the Marines from Camp Pendleton, just south of Los Angeles. And they were used essentially to support and protect law enforcement in what they were doing, their mission. They weren't out there conducting law enforcement. That's a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878. But they were providing support, and they were protecting law enforcement in enforcing the law. That's legal. They also could do other federal to federal support in that they could protect all federal property, even things like recruiting offices in strip malls or a post office, whatever. If it's federal property, you could conceivably bring in federal troops to act as security at that federal property. It's not very cost effective, but it can be done. So there are a lot of things they can do without invoking the Insurrection Act, but frankly, they're under federal status, and those troops are just the same as any other U.S. Army troop. They're under federal status, and they're going to basically go out there and do whatever a federal troop can or cannot do.
I want to talk about the separations of powers, because I just said that the president did deploy this, but Governor Gavin Newsom doesn't necessarily agree with this entire tactic. So how does this go between federal and state level when it comes to what these troops?
What I'm really worried about with this is seeing if this is going to spread out, okay? In Chicago, Cleveland, other large cities that if they see, you know how this country is, when they see people doing things, we're going to do it too. We don't need that. We don't need that at all. Because like I said, the more it happens, the worse it's going to get. So these are my feelings, of course, but
troops are going to be able to accomplish.
Well, if they're under state status, if they're on state active duty under the governor, they could actually go out there theoretically and enforce laws. They could use them like law enforcement. They could actually go out there and arrest people. They could detain them. They could put them in prison. They could do a lot of things. Under federal status, they cannot. Posse Comitatus Act says that federal troops cannot be used in a law enforcement role, and that's been used for a very long time. However, there are a number of things they can do. For example, the U.S. Navy routinely patrols areas trying to interdict illegal shipments of drugs into the U.S. at sea. Now, the U.S. Navy, like the U.S. Army, has no law enforcement authority because of the Posse Comitatus Act. However, they'll throw a few Coast Guardsmen on board who do have federal law enforcement authority, and the ship effectively becomes a Coast Guard vessel, albeit controlled by the Navy. It's a naval vessel. It's not like they changed out the crew, but they have these Coast Guard members on board, and the Coast Guard members can actually, stop ships at sea. They could search the ships looking for drugs. They could arrest people. They could seize the illegal cargo, if you will. They can do a lot of things like that. And the Navy personnel on board can actually act as a security force, if you will, for the Coast Guardsmen. So you have a couple of Coast Guardsmen on board a ship and a dozen heavily armed sailors behind them, and they do an enforcement mission. Now, take that example and translate it to the ground. That's kind of what you saw federal troops doing in Los Angeles in 92, where they were essentially backing up law enforcement, protecting law enforcement, providing security support for law enforcement, but law enforcement was actually doing that law enforcement job. The challenge here is the governor has not requested any assistance. In 92, the governor actually asked President Bush to federalize those troops and to bring the troops in. In this case, Gavin Newsom is saying, this is grandstanding. I don't want federal troops in Los Angeles. And it looks like the federal troops will be brought in strictly to support federal personnel, federal law enforcement personnel, and federal facilities, indubitably. That hasn't been said yet, but it's pretty much implied in doing that federal law enforcement mission. And the interesting part of this is that for most of the state and local law enforcement have said emphatically, I read the chief of Los Angeles PD and the sheriff of Los Angeles County has made it very clear in press releases they put out today that their law enforcement personnel will not engage or support the civil warrants, enforcement of civil warrants involving immigration, that they will not go into these situations trying to find someone's immigration status. And so in that case, they basically said they won't support or enforce federal immigration law. So the federal immigration law enforcement authorities, ICE, are out there doing that. And the ICE folks were basically attacked, if you will, by the protesters, throwing things at them, a variety of other things. And so President Trump is bringing in these federal troops to protect those federal law enforcement personnel, to enforce federal law in a city and county and a state that will not enforce those federal laws. There are some slight parallels, if you will, to what we saw in the early 60s with Governor George Wallace in Alabama, where basically the courts had said, hey, look, the University of Alabama has to be integrated, and U.S. Marshals had to escort the African-American students onto the University of Alabama campus in order for them to go to class. Governor Wallace, a strict segregationist, called out the National Guard of Alabama and put them on the steps to block the students and the U.S. Marshals. And then President Kennedy turned around and federalized all those National Guard troops. And literally the general in charge turned around to the governor and basically said, sir, I work for the president now. I no longer work for you. And all those National Guard troops were stood down, dispersed, and the students.
Bonnie Bailey, my love, good to see you today. I hope you're doing well. Great to have you back in the house. Okay, Beth, thank you so much. You as well. Be safe out there. I hope you're feeling good today, Bonnie. I'm always happy to see you here. God bless, dear.
Came onto campus. So there's a lot of different ways legally this can be done.
Staying on some of the topics that you just mentioned, I do want to put up a post from California Governor Gavin Newsom. I'm going to take it here. So he posted this on X. I'm going to read it in full. He says the federal government is moving to take over the California National Guard and deploy 2,000 soldiers. That move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. LA authorities are able to access law enforcement assistance at a moment's notice. We are in close coordination with the city and county, and there is currently no unmet need. The Guard has been admirably serving LA throughout recovery. This is the wrong mission and will erode public trust. Now, Hal, you did mention that some of these state and local law enforcement agencies are not going to be helping ICE with their operations. So where does the California Highway Patrol, the LAPD, the FBI, where do they come into play?
Well, the California Highway Patrol is really the only law enforcement body that the state has. They used to have more, but that's pretty much what they got. So when he says he's bringing out the California Highway Patrol, in these situations, we've seen it with riots, we've seen it with other things, that is the law enforcement element of the state that they can pull out, and they have, full law enforcement authority as sworn officers, sworn peace officers in the state of California. So that's what he's doing. He's also, if you listen to the language, He's laying what I'm sure will end up in court someday as probably very soon in arguments as to if the president
Morning,
tries to
Jules. Good to see you
invoke the
today, dear.
Insurrection Act. You listen to the language. He says, look, we have not lost control. We have, in so many words, he says, we have control. We are responding to whatever needs to be done out there. So basically, he's setting the legal predicate to say there was not an insurrection situation. There was not a situation in general where there was a need to bring in federal troops to help with law enforcement. If the president says it's an insurrection or he invokes the Insurrection Act, then those federal troops could be used in a law enforcement role. However, in the past, presidents have been very reticent to do that, especially if you're a Republican president with a democratically controlled state.
No, I don't. There's a lot of people that aren't fans of him, Demon. I get it. Don't worry about it. Miss Jody Walters, good to see you. Exactly. I agree with Phil on that one too. Just again, we're not going political, guys, but these are just statements. You know, I believe that fact. Agreed, Phil. Thank you, Christy. God bless. You're doing amazing. Truly amazing.
That's what happened with President Bush and Katrina. He brought in the federal troops. He probably, if you look at what was.
Welcome back to the sauce, Miss Jules. Congrats. Another meatball jumping back in the sauce with us. Ida Toes in the house. What's happening, Ida? Good to see you. Yes, Beth. Yes. Later on, early evening. Dear gravy. right, exactly. Ida, I love it. Great to see you today, all of you guys.
Was happening in New Orleans. He probably had a lot of reason to say that the local law enforcement lost control. He could have imposed the Insurrection Act, but he chose not to just because of the optics. A Republican president imposing that act in a state controlled by Democrats and a city controlled by Democrats. So he decided not to do that. That was his rationale at the time. Although federal troops did deploy in the streets. They had quite a show of presence, but if you actually got into the rules of engagement or the rules of force, rules of engagement is what they call it in the military, in terms of what they're doing, they did not have a federal law enforcement role, although if you see heavily armed federal troops patrolling your street where you live, that tends to dampen down any enthusiasm for doing rioting or looting or anything else. So it worked. It worked very well in that situation when they finally got the troops in there, I should say. But it's not clear what President Trump is going to do with these troops. But I think I sent you over earlier. You know, you can go back historically. The Marines actually were used in the 1920s, U.S. Marines, federal, to protect the U.S. Postal Service because basically postal parcels were being robbed all the time. So they put Marines on board the trains. I think they put Marines. I think the Marines are actually flying postal bags as well. And the rationale behind that was that they need to protect this federal entity, the U.S. Postal Service, in doing its federally assigned mission. So they did that, and they did it.
Thank you so much, Jules, for the super sticker. God bless. We appreciate that so very much.
For a while, and in that very limited role, they were allowed to do it. But that doesn't mean they were out there kicking in doors and, you know, arresting people, stuff like that. That's a different thing, and that's what posse comitatus prevents the U.S. military from doing unless the president invokes the Insurrection Act, and hence you go back to what Gavin Newsom just.
So what he's saying, guys, in essence, is basically that this is only being done to show the people that they're there so that they don't act out a certain type of way. I don't think they're okay. If that's the case, then they shouldn't interact. They shouldn't engage, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. If you want military uniforms to be seen to put a fear out there, for lack of better terms, then that's fine. But why are they engaging? That's the thing I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? There doesn't need to be any more violence, is all I'm saying. LL's in the house. Good to see you today. Be real. What's up, brother? Good to have you here. And that's the way he's trying to explain this. I think, you know, if I'm taking it wrong, by all means, call me out, folks. But that's what I'm hearing him say. And that's not what I'm seeing fully, though. You know what I mean? So.
Just put in that news release.
I want to show another post here, this time from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. I want to talk about this a little bit. He said this: the violent mob assaults on ICE and federal law enforcement are designed to prevent the removal of illegal aliens from our soil, a dangerous invasion facilitated by criminal cartels, aka foreign terrorist organizations, and a huge national security risk. So how you touched on it a little bit there. But Secretary of Defense Hegseth saying that he is even going to be sending some of his own forces there to help quell this situation. So how and when would we see that actually come to fruition, let's say if it does?
Well, technically speaking, the National Guard, all National Guard units are, quote, his forces, if you will. Once they're federalized, once they're put under federal status, Title 10, they're federal troops. They do not work for the governor. Day by day, they normally, the chain of command with the National Guard in a state will run up through what's called the adjutant general, who's this 2-star general for the state. And he manages the force, if you will. He's not an operational commander, but he manages the force in terms of what the National Guard is. But the National Guard is a reserve element of the U.S. Department of Defense, of the Army or the Navy, or I should say of the Army or the Air Force. In a couple states, they have a small naval militia, but it's not much. But they are an element of the Army, if you will, and they get federal funding greatly, depending on the time of day. But they're from Camp Pendleton, and they have rolled north, if you will, into LA to deal with civil unrest. It's not a mission they don't know. And I've over the years back, I worked very closely with Camp Pendleton on.
That's a great statement, Ida. I like the way you put that. I really do. She said you can be anti-violence and anti-ICE current actions at the same time. Sometimes both sides are wrong, and we need no sides. And my thing with this whole stuff, guys, like I said, we don't go political in here. This country is divided and has been divided for too long. Okay. And I'm not saying that this is right, this is wrong. Obviously we don't need illegals coming in here taking over our cities and our the states and doing this and doing that, and our people are going without. Okay, that's fact, and they've been telling them for a long time not to do this, so on and so forth. So I understand like why this is going down, but the reactions to it is what bothers me. All of the rest of us that were born here, that have come here legally and done the things we're supposed to do, and do it. All these other people that are crossing over that don't have, the legalities to be here is the problem. So if they're going to truly use the military and the different things they're doing to provoke fear so that people don't do certain things, okay, I understand. The engaging, though, that causes the violence, that promotes the violence, is what I just don't support. That's all. So, yeah, it can be wrong on both sides, and there can be rights to it, too, at the same time. So I like your statement, Ida. I really do. But once you attack people that are just trying to make it to work or whatever, yes. That's a good point, too, Scully. I like that, too. Very good point. Thank you, Christy, by that way. Guys, even though she's not here, please make sure that if you have not yet subscribed to Mama Bear, please do that and hit the notification bell, hit the like button over there a few times. That way you don't miss anything she puts out, or we do it together. Either way. So, yeah. Now, I mean, you guys are making great points. If we were to have a political conversation in here, I think we could do it. I just don't like to do that. There's certain people that have very strong feelings about one thing and certain people that have very strong feelings about other things. And we don't want to disagree to an extent that it's going to cause fighting or yelling. You know what I mean? So we're good on that. That's why we stay away from it. But I appreciate and respect your guys' feelings and opinions and all this stuff. I really do. We have a lot of great people in this community that are very smart and make a lot of great statements, guys. So yes. Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. The real problem is government funds the illegals while our vets. Yes. Very much so. That's a huge problem. We know that. I'm sitting here, for 5-6 years working on getting my disability because I got hurt. I was a firefighter, a civil servant, and I'm struggling with that. That shouldn't be. And they're in turn handing over somebody that doesn't even belong here, giving them a card that's got $13,000 on it to go buy a car, a house, and live whatever they way want to. right here and now, the White House, you see outside the White House, outside these fences, there's veterans that are homeless, sleeping on the sidewalks. That's kind of stuff that bothers me. Let's work on here. Let's work on us. Quit sending all our money overseas. Do all those things, guys. Let's work on us as a people and help our people and handle this situation and then worry about this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So Tandy's in the house. Good morning, dear. Good to see you. A lot of people believe that at this point. We have been divided. And it just keeps going further and further and getting worse and worse. We need to come together. One of the most amazing things I ever saw was the union and unity that came from 9/11. It's very sad that such a horrific tragedy had to happen to bring us together the way it did, but it did. We all came together. The love was real. We supported each other like we should. And then it was gone. That's not how it should be. We should be that way with each other all the time. Okay? And support each other and support our country as a whole, folks. That's my opinion, of course. Simply put, if you are here without documentation, do not have dreamer status or an asylum application validated, have you broken the law? Simple question. This is not a hatred. Yeah, no, it's very true, very true. And here's the thing, folks. If you think about it, if we go to another country the wrong way and do things in other countries the wrong way, we're punished to the full extent. It's happened before. Why do we have to be any different? I agree with that, Mrs. Amir, welcome. Great to see you today, guys. Thanks for being here. The ability to divide is and the power's use of that strategically is old. Yes, very much so, LL. Great point and great cause. Yes. Just because we can't break the cycle doesn't mean we keep doing the same thing. That's insanity. Well, very good point, sir. See, you guys have amazing thoughts and feelings. Amazing. Why is race more of a thing now than in the 90s? Did I don't understand, Matt. That's another good point. Like this is 2025. Why is this still an issue at all? And like you said, instead of it getting better, we've digressed on that. We've gone backwards on that, which makes no sense to me. None at all. Blows my mind. Good points, good points, good points. Exactly, and it's been going on for many decades. Why has the inner city station in life not improved? Right. Why? Well, because it seems like they don't want it to, because then they lose control of certain things, and that's not the way it should be. They tell us that's not what it is, but that is exactly what it is, in my opinion. Just saying. Thank you, Christy. God, she's doing a great job, guys. Let her know how great she's doing, please, because she really is. The behavior of the bad fruit in the group. Oh wait, sorry, there's two of that. Gather at our many wonderful parks peacefully. I'm just saying, when was the last attempt at a peaceful protest? I'm from here, I have to live it. At one point you can sympathize, but I'm tired of excusing the behavior of the yeah. There's good points, bro. Good points. There's no reason why there can't be peaceful protesting. There's none. It exists. I see it happen in different places. When it comes to stuff like this doesn't need to turn violent. It's just crazy to me. Carl Ferguson's in the house. Welcome, my friend. Number 52. Thank you for that. I appreciate that so very much. CZ, good to see you again. Politics divide our country for many decades. Amen to that one, be real. Yeah, that's true, chick. That's exactly true. That bingo, folks. As being YouTube people, folks, we all know this. As a creator, I know it more than most, okay? She said that peaceful protests aren't newsworthy, and most of them are 99.9% peaceful. Bingo. MSM does not care about a peaceful protest because it doesn't bring the ratings and it doesn't bring the drama. They want that drama. We've all seen that through mainstream media. They want to make it as dramatized as they possibly can and boom, 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 okay? Anything peaceful, they'll swing by and go, here's a protest today, but okay, moving on, we don't care. That's what they do. So yes, that's very, very good point there, chick. And it's sad that that's true, but it's true. So, all right, on we go.
On this issue with the Marines at Camp Pendleton.
This one, I think you've gotten the idea on this one. We don't need to keep going. It's kind of, he's very long-winded. We'll just put it that way. Let me see. I'm just looking for a couple updates with this, and then we'll move into the other stuff. Okay. So this is an hour ago, just to give you guys update on that. Breaking news. They just threw this out an hour ago, it says, and I'm sure it's nothing new from what we haven't just seen. Well, that's a good point, Carl. I mean, it was a thing, but it wasn't as prominent. I can agree. Yes, it is, Bronny. It really is. The level of education seen in our graduating classes has declined, very much so, substantially in the cities and the burbs, despite billions thrown at the pockets. Phil, that's a huge issue because the curriculum, the educational curriculum has become lazy, in my opinion, and they've completely changed it to the point where my son, who just graduated this past month, I love him to death, but they do not teach these kids what we were taught, and I think that's important to know all those things. Okay, and the other thing is a lot of these kids just get pushed through, whether they get it or they don't get it. If they can get F's, they're still pushing them through. That makes no sense to me. They have no education in some senses, and therefore they don't understand. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane, and it bothers the hell out of me because that's our future, folks. That is our future. The little one you've seen running around behind me is what this country's futures are based on. And if they're not learning these things, if they're not getting it, it's almost like they said, well, I'm tired of pushing this and I'm tired of dealing with this and dealing with that. So here it is. Take it or leave it. Are you serious? No. That's what's wrong with this country. One of the big things. One of the huge things. Yeah, I think that's what Carl meant, Paula. But yeah, very good point there. GM 5637. Hello, welcome. Don't agree about the violence, but in their minds, protests escalate to force the powers that be things need to go their way, or else things get worse. Understood? Yes. I stopped watching TV and a long time ago. Developed such fear to leave my house. I couldn't. A lot of us are like that, Scully. A lot of us are like that. That's insane that we have to live that way. We are prisoners in our own lives, in our own world. We're prisoners in our own country. That's not what this is about. That's not what the America, the brave, America the free is all about. It's become something it's not even close to supposed to be. It's sad. I don't like to leave my house. Guys, you know when the last time was I went to a restaurant and sat down with my family and ate dinner at a restaurant? First off, it's expensive, okay? But second off, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust being around people anymore. That's sad. It shouldn't be that way. Going out into a public, like a public event, a concert, or going to something that they have at one of our local parks, chalk on the walk, stuff like that. I don't trust it. Do you know what I'm doing the whole time we're out doing anything like this? Looking at everybody. My head's on a swivel. I don't relax and enjoy anything till I come back here. Same in a restaurant. When we sit at a restaurant nowadays, you know what I do? I sit and stare at the door. I mean, I don't stare at the door, but I sit so I can see the door. And I look at people that are coming in and out. That's not how we should be living. But it is. It's very sad. It's very sad. Yes, but the protesters were being escorted peacefully to continue protests. But all it took was one idiot to throw the first stone into the cops so they couldn't put A and B together. ICE is its own entity. Yeah. I knew what you said, but you didn't have to put that Y there. But I get you. Absolutely. Racism ended when the Burger King Kids Club represented a diverse group of kids, including one in a wheelchair. 3 nights ago, at my son's graduation, the stage was filled with scared children, set free, without the tools for adulthood. Not all, of course, but better than half. Bingo, Phil. The same way my son's was. They had probably a handful of kids. You could tell when you talk to them, when they talk to them, and you ask, what are your plans? There's a good handful that have good goals and plans. The rest of them, they have no idea. No idea. What's your future going to hold? I don't know. Can I go to school? Can I do this? Do I want to go to school? That urgency is not there anymore. It's scary, Phil. It's beyond scary. It scares the hell out of me. I may not be here, but my grandchildren are going to be here, and I don't want them to live that. But now my mom's in the house. Good to see you. Yes, welcome to all the meatballs. Thank you guys for jumping into sauce with us. That's right. That's a good point. People think anarchy's cool until they're living it. It ain't. It ain't. It's not at all. Bingo. I've been saying this for years, Carl. There's a good couple handfuls of us that are still good parents and that care. A lot of the people in this community, all the people, in my opinion. But you know what happened? These things came out. These things became parents. That's what happened. And this right in front of us. So many parents, don't bother me. I'm busy. Go watch the internet. Here's a phone. Go play on your phone. All of that. That's what happened. That's the parenting nowadays. And it's disgusting. iPads, right, Chris? iPads, computers, phones, all of it. Technology took over. Technology parents a lot of these kids nowadays, and that's why there's no education with them. When I say education, I mean internal, personal education, like parenting education. Okay, just like the case with Jack and Lily, we're going to look at here shortly. When that woman said they don't understand stranger danger, are you serious? How is that possible, you guys? One of the first things we teach our children: don't talk to strangers. Stranger danger, whatever you guys want to call it. Somebody looks at you, you walk away from them. I mean, those things are taught. Who's not teaching their children that, and why? Because they don't teach that on a phone unless you put it in there. I'm tired of it. If you don't want to have children, stop doing it. But don't have children and hand them a phone and walk away from them for the next 18 years. That's not how that works. Yeah, well, good luck with that, chick. Let's see what you say there, Krista. And all the things us 90s kids grew up with, exactly, strange. Right. That's one of the main things that's taught. Yeah, me too, Matt. That was like the first thing I was like, what? How do you not teach your kids that? You know what I mean? And we have three of our three teachers are in here. I love these guys. Miss Tandy, Miss Jody, and CZ. We need to lift these teachers up. I do it as often as I can and praise them for what they do, because there's so many teachers out there that just don't care anymore. It's a paycheck. And to have teachers that still care about these kids, that still want to give that education. But think about that, guys. Why do these teachers just not care anymore? Not the ones here, but the ones that don't. That because I think a lot of them have given up because they don't see what's the point. They don't care. Why do I care? And it shouldn't be that way, but that's true. And I know I'm all over the place, guys, but there's all of this is in this bubble, in my opinion. All these things that we've just talked about, it all goes in this bubble. And it all comes back to right here, what we were talking about. It's all part of the problem. Yep. Stop, drop, and roll. Don't talk to strangers. Things, all those things. And they're not taught anymore. It's insane to me. I dreamt last night I was reading a book and drawing on paper in tech-free future. That would be amazing. You've spoken about Chinese student who brought a pathogen into you. I haven't even seen that, Michelle. I've never even heard that yet. Mainly because I don't watch mainstream media, but I will look into that. I'm writing it down right now. That's crazy. Where did you see that, Michelle? And that's insane. People are evil nowadays. Gotta go. Just want to stop by, say hi, listen to my favorite YouTube creator. Thank you so much, Jules. God bless. That's so awesome of you. Same to you, dear. Please be safe out there. Enjoy the rest of your day and hope to see you soon.
Stay here.
That's another problem. Right here. I'm glad you said that, Dan. We are raising our 3 and 4-year-old grandsons, and they are not allowed to play TV, video games. They're not allowed on their phones. They get on it. Good. God bless you. But this is a huge thing that has happened too that has changed society, in my opinion. There are so many grandparents out there that are raising their children due to. Hold on one moment, folks. I'll be right with you guys. Just give me one moment. Sorry, guys. There was somebody in my driveway trying to figure out who that was. Okay. Like I said, there's so many grandparents raising their grandkids, or people that are raising children that aren't theirs, that weren't their children per se. You know, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, things like that, due to the drug issues that had happened, overdoses. Not always the same reason, but sometimes it's just a sad circumstance, an accident or something, or people aren't able to take care of their kids, so their parents get custody of their kids, stuff like that. But that's a big thing now. And these people that are doing it have already raised their children, you know. And it's different. It makes the child's life not that it's bad. It's a different experience than what it was like when we were raised by our parents, you know what I'm saying? And it's hard on the people that are doing it, because a lot of these people at that age are looking towards retirement, relaxing, settling down, enjoying their lives at that point, because they've worked all that time and now they start over. So God bless you, Suzanne. That's and good for you not doing the whole video games and phones, and that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. I respect you so much for that. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. I don't know the circumstance. It's none of my business, but God bless. That's amazing. It's so bad. There's so much of it, you guys. How when I was still a first responder, you have no idea how many young parents that I had to put a sheet over. I'll put it that way. That have 1, 2, 3-year-old babies that are newborns, even newborns, never knew their parents, never know their parents. That's insane to me. That's disgustingly sad. But it happens. It happens all the time. It's 100%, Carl. That's the best way to put it. It's laziness has become a disease, and it's very catchy. Very catchy, Carl. Great point, bro. Kids get shamed by other kids for not having things like phones, video. Well, Demon, that's true, and that's always been that way. I remember being teased and shamed because at some point my parents didn't have a ton of money, and I didn't wear name brand Nike tennis shoes or something, okay? And they're like, well, look at his shoes, haha, or my clothes or something at one point, because before my mom and dad became successful, we were poor. We got welfare, we got food stamps, government handouts, all that kind of stuff to help us. My mother was a single mother for a while, and yes, I was teased and ridiculed until my mother and father, my stepfather, got married, and they both worked in the medical field, and we lived a better life. And then I had all that stuff, and that's why I've never understood people that start off like that in a poor sense, and then they start doing better, and then they become bullies. I don't get that at all. If you've already been bullied, how do you end up being that person? That bothers the hell out of me. But anyway, check out my time capsule comment above. It's fitting and funny. Sorry, Bill, let me back up a little bit here. Where did you go? Let me find it. That's very sweet, Phenomena Mom. Time capsule. Hold on here, Phil. There it is. Town meeting yesterday opened a 50-year-old time capsule. One person laughed, and then when they pulled out a calculator and said, "You're not always going to have a calculator with you," then pulled out his phone. See? And that's one thing, too. My son flipped out because when we punished him, we would take his phone from him. That was the most thing you could do. And he flipped out one day because he wanted his phone before he went to school. And I said, "No, you don't need it. You're grounded from it. You're not getting it." "I need it. Flipping out. And I said, "For what?" "Because I use it with my math stuff and I use it as a calculator when I'm doing homework and stuff in study hall." "What? No. They allow these kids in math classes to use calculators now. Never knew that. Never understood that. Never will. Never will. Thank you, Christy. That's not teaching anymore, folks. Like I said, it's become lazy. Everything has become lazy. Everything. Carl was right. It's like a disease. Stay away from me because I don't want to catch it, you know? Oh, God. They need to... Guys, you know, and my son's autistic, okay? And he's ADHD, and he has some issues obtaining and holding on to information. You know how long it took him to learn how to read a clock on a wall? Truly. Forever. So yeah, they took away like cursive writing. They changed the math so that I couldn't help my child with his math skills. Um, Counting money, he had no idea how to do that. We had to teach that, and he struggled with it. Digital, sure, yeah, Suzanne, he could read his phone or a digital clock. Did he register what that meant though? Did he understand what that time says? He just knew that it said 106. He didn't grasp AM, PM, things like that. We had to work that into him. He just recently, he's 19, just recently started being able to read the hands of a clock and what the little ones mean. That's true. It's sad to me. I don't understand it. Who in the hell turned it in schools here? They turned cursive writing into an elective class that you take. What? You're serious? They brought it back recently, but for like 10 years, it was gone. My older kids had no idea. We always wonder, like, why are you always printing? Jesus. See, that's insane right there. Look. I had a lawyer for 5 minutes who couldn't read or write cursive. What? How are these things even possible, you guys? So my older kids, like I said, they were always printing and I'm like, "Sign your name for me one time." They wrote it in print. I said, "No, sign it." "We did." I said, "No, sign your name." Like, and I did it myself, and they were like, "I can't do that." "What do you mean you can't do that? How do you do that?" And I showed them. We had to start showing them ourselves when we realized they were starting to do that. They're like, "They don't tell us, they don't teach us that." And I'm like, see, that's when I blew up. I was so pissed about that. Yeah, they stopped teaching cursive writing for a long time. They're just now bringing it back in as a normal part of your curriculum now. It's insane. From March here, cursive has been the compulsory for kids to use from grade 3. Yeah. Right. That's what it seems to be, Suzanne. Like they're doing it on purpose. Let's make them stupid so they don't understand, you know? How can 9 be 45 minutes and also 9? Big hand, little hand, secret codes? Nah, screw that. The girl who works the deli at our grocery store doesn't know what a quarter pound means. See? Thank you. You put down my son. Now, like I said, he's got issues that he's overcame, thank God. But you write down 0.25 And I asked him, what is that one time? He said, that's 25 cents. And I went, no, it's not. I said, 0.25. In relation to what we're talking to, Caden, what is that? I don't know. I said, that's a quarter of something. 0.50 is half of something. 0.75, 3/4 of something. That took forever for me to get across to him. He didn't understand any of that. And fraction. And listen, don't get me wrong. Math is horrible for me. I don't get any of that either. I don't understand algebra. I don't understand calculus, trig, any of that stuff, guys. That's fine, okay? But the simple things, the basics, the general basic things should not be that hard for these kids to grasp. Order pizza. I would love to right now. Phenomenal. I'm just kidding. How many quarters are in a dollar? Hey, Tomboy. How many quarters are in there in a dollar? That's how I did it. That's exactly how I did it. And it worked. Captain Jenks, good to see you, brother. Being self-employed my whole life, running a business seems like after C-19, people went crazy. Yeah. No, that's true. It was already there a little bit, Cap, but it's gotten way, way worse since then. It's like people forgot how to think. You know what I mean? And it's so sad. So sad. Well, no matter what you do, Tandy, we love you, and we're all grateful for what you do, what CZ does, and what Jody does. Because if not, we'd be lost without teachers, guys. And that's why I always raise teachers up, praise them as much as we can, and let them know how appreciative we are of them. To me, teachers are right there in line with police officers, firefighters, paramedics, doctors, nurses, and teachers. They should all be there. They're all together. And they need to be praised and loved as much as possible, because they don't get anywhere near close to enough praise and talked about and support as none, not even anywhere near. And it's ridiculous. Amen to that, Suzanne. Amen to that. How many cups in a quart? 4 quarts in a gallon. How many cups? I don't even know that, Tomboy. How many cups in a quart? I don't. How many pints in a quart? How many pints in a gallon? I know 4 quarts in a gallon. I can't, right off the top of my head, I could figure it out, but I can't think right now. But that's what I'm saying. Those were always my issues. Fractions and stuff like that. But I figured it out. Planning to go to school to be a court-reported stenographer. That's pretty awesome, Scully. I mean, Dago, I had customers I took care of for years turned on me because I couldn't get parts to finish their cars, and I'm glad. Jesus, bro. I'm glad for you, too. You don't need that. You don't need that. I have to admit, I was an adult before I understood story problems. Right. I had the right professor, and it takes the right. That's it right there. If you have the right teacher, it seems to help. That happened for me. I understood certain things with the right person. But when you have teachers out there and there are, he's had a couple. He's got an IED. Wait, is that what it is? Yeah. Or no, what is that plan? Hey, what's that thing Caden had? Not the 504 plan, but the IEP. IEP. He had an IEP and a 504 plan because of his autism and his ADHD and stuff, which we had to fight to get him anyway. But even with that, they didn't follow through. So yeah, guys, it became a problem. Sorry, my other son just showed up and brought me wanted me to try these chocolate covered Colombian roasted coffee beans. No idea. Okay. I'll try it out. So anyway, yeah, I agree. I think teachers need to make just as much as firefighters, medics, and police officers, and they should get hazard pay. That's my opinion, but I'm just saying. My daughter was in IEP. They pushed her through school. She wasn't ready to finish. Same thing they did with him until we stopped it. They tried starting that when he was in first grade, and I said, no, you're going to hold him back. Well, we don't like to do that. I said, I don't care what you like to do. He's my child, not yours. He has no idea what he's going into here in the second grade. and you're just going to shove them through, that's okay. He had straight F's the whole year. They didn't understand why he wasn't getting it. He didn't absorb anything. You could tell him right now and sit down and go, 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 3 is 6, 4 + 4 is 8, and you go back to it 10 minutes later, ask the same questions, he just look at you. So he wasn't, you know what I mean? So today's not Father's Day, is it? No way. Yes, to do, right. Is today Father? It's next Sunday. I got you. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm getting all over the place. I'm sorry I'm rambling today, but I have passion for certain things, and I think that together as a community, we all, we all do. And I love having these conversations with you guys. I'm sorry I'm rambling, like I said. Oh, snap. Yep. Next Sunday. I didn't even know that, guys. I forgot about Father's Day, to be honest with you. I always do. Let me run this this video real quick here, and then we'll move on to a different subject. Ginger's in the house. Yeah, it's not today. Somebody would have told me about it already. Chick just said it's 15th. Thank you, Chick. Night and day from February 4th to April 6th. Think we're going to make it after all, like Mary Tyler Moore. We're gonna make it. Yeah, I remember that, Bill. That's funny you said that. 360 Life, welcome. Good to see you. All right, let's finish this up real quick and move on.
1,000 National Guard troops that President Trump ordered to L.A. have now arrived in downtown this morning.
The president ordered them after a second day of violent clashes between immigration protesters and ICE agents. KCAL News reporter Elise Martinez live downtown with new information about the Guard. We can see them behind you. How are things looking this morning, Elise?
Good morning to you both. It's a lot calmer here than what was going on last night, but the remnants of last night still here, especially in the air. Every once in a while you get a whiff of tear gas and you start to cough and your eyes start to water. So I do apologize if that happens while I'm speaking, but I will get through it. But I do want to show you what's going on behind me. There they are, the National Guard, the Trump administration making good on its promise to send 2,000 National Guard troops into LA after a second day of protests and clashes with federal agents during immigration raids that started on Friday. There they are. There were several of their armored vehicles lined up. Those have left, but the remaining ones are still here, at least half a dozen, and you can see the National Guards, men and women, standing there in the parking lot in front of this federal building where those protests took place. You can see all the graffiti on the building. You can see the remnants from the protests last night. We do have some new video of the National Guard rolling into downtown LA just before 4 a.m. this morning. They're reported to have been at two locations, at least City Hall and the federal building here, and we believe they're moving throughout the city and to areas that experienced unrest during those raids. Now, the move marks a major escalation in Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom both speaking out, saying this is unnecessary and will only escalate tensions. Newsom also saying local law enforcement is already mobilized and there is no need for this extra support. Now, tensions flared in downtown Los Angeles last night as a group of protesters gathered outside a federal detention facility. Videos showing flashbang grenades and tear gas being deployed by law enforcement soon after the protests. Police declaring an unlawful assembly, and around 10 p.m., half a dozen protesters were being detained by officers. We're still trying to get numbers on how many people were detained and or arrested. Fidel Gomez is among the protesters, calling for the release of his uncle, SEIU President David Huerta, who was arrested Friday night. Here's what he had to say.
He's physically okay. We're here in solidarity with him, in solidarity with the immigrant community. He's been an activist his whole life. He's put his body on the line, literally, for the immigrant.
In my opinion, Matt, somebody's telling him.
Community, and our family is a union family. We support workers, we support immigrants.
And again, we're trying to get more information on him as well to see whether or not he has been released. But back out here live, again, the National Guard is.
I agree with that too, Ginger. That shit that went down in California when she goes on vacation to Africa, that blew my mind. I agree.
Here, and they will be moving throughout the city of Los Angeles. We don't know for how long, but we do know there is another protest set for this afternoon. So we will keep an eye on that. That's the very latest from downtown Los Angeles. Elise Martinez, KCAL News.
Elise, thank you so much, and please stay safe out there this morning as well. California lawmakers say they were being denied entry into the downtown LA detention center where detained migrants are being held. Congressman Jimmy Gomez and other elected leaders say they should be allowed to visit any facility that's detaining migrants, but we are told they weren't allowed in because of safety issues.
I've been to the Middle East, I've been to war zones, so I know what it's like to actually be in a situation that's a lot more dangerous than inside this building.
How many people are there? It is our job as members of Congress to have oversight.
We've reached out to Border Patrol for more information about the facility, but have not heard back.
And a warning from the FBI. The agency says protesters could be prosecuted for attacking officers or impeding immigration operations. Stay with KCAL News for developments on these protests and the immigration raids we've been seeing across Southern California. You can also get the latest information on kcalnews.com.
All right. Let's move on to a different subject here. 1 second. One moment. Guys, I'm going to jump in. I've been following Michelle on this from the beginning. When it comes to the Jack Sullivan situation, for those of you that don't know about it, is 2 little children missing out in Nova Scotia, Canada. They have been for well over a month now, and it makes no sense. Like, we've all questioned this in every aspect you possibly can as to what the hell happened to these poor kids. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so it's heartbreaking. It truly is, Christy. You're right, and I pray to God that we get a miracle and these kids are found safe and sound and brought home, because there's just, you guys know that know me, how passionate I am about these cases involving children. I hate this. Okay, I don't understand this one. This is weird, and I'm so petrified this is going to turn into Summerwell Sebastian Rogers case again. We don't need no more of this. Angel D, my love, good to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. I hope you had a great night. Wonderful to have you back. That's insane. That's insane, CZ. Absolutely insane. So anyway, thank you guys for joining us in here today. 64 peeps in the house. Please make sure you hit that like button. Well, let's get this in that algorithm if we can, please, and thank you guys. But anyway, there hasn't been a whole lot coming out via like the RCMP, so on and so forth. You're absolutely welcome, Angel. You know better. Yeah, Dylan, same thing. T2014. I covered Dylan Eller's case a while back. This is a lot like this same case. It's just 2 instead of 1 child, and very sad. And you don't know what to say. You don't know where to look, what to feel or think because of the way things are put out to us, and it just sucks. So, but Michelle's been putting out some pretty decent stuff on this. She always comes out with common sense, and I love that. So I've been following her stuff and presenting it as well. And if you guys have not seen nor heard anything from Michelle After Dark, please check her out. And she covers multiple cases, guys, like we do. I like what she thinks and feels on a lot of these cases. And she has a tendency, because she's in the UK, by the way, she gets information that we don't get sometimes. So I've wondered about that too, Phenomena Mom. The whole 411 thing. I've never been a deep believer in that stuff because there's got to be a reason for everything, in my opinion. You just don't know, though. And that's the thing. Thank you, Christy, so much. Okay, let's check this out, guys, and see what Michelle's got to say today. Welcome back, Scott. Good to see you today, brother. I hope you had a great night. Great to see you here today. Thank you, and thank you to the rest of you as well for joining us. Great to see you guys. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Bluesy Mama's in the house. Welcome back, Dagburn. Great to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry, you guys. This is the same video I ran yesterday. Well, shoot. Do you guys want me to keep going with this one or move on to a new one? I just realized this is the same one we looked at yesterday morning. In case there's anybody that didn't see it, do you want me to keep going or do you want me to move on to something different? I just realized. Can't hear it. Oh, well, shnikes then. What happened? It must have fell out.
Talking to the channel It's a Crime and Shame, which is this channel, and these messages.
All right, I'm just going to run this part of it because this shows the messages that were between Malia and the biological grandmother in regards to the the 2 missing children. Sorry, guys.
From this live stream from a day ago. I actually got the screenshots from a Facebook group, but I went to find the source and have a listen. It's here. So we're going to read a few of those and we're going to discuss. All right, let's go. Let's start with what Daniel has been saying. This was a little interview he did, a few words he spoke to the media after the vigil that happened the other day. I covered it in a video, and this is what Daniel said.
Don't attack Malaya, because her mental health is, it's going to be reflected on her daughter, so I don't want anyone attacking Malaya.
It doesn't get any easier, he told CCTV News. 1 month has passed. It's over 1 month now, isn't it? He says the grief is overwhelming and only made worse by the online speculation about what happened to 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, especially when he has one child who still lives with their mother. Put your focus around Malia and towards the kids. That sounds like he's saying put your focus on Malia. Don't know whether that's some kind of Freudian slip or what, but I think he should have said take your focus from Malia and focus on the kids. Okay, let's listen to what he actually said here.
Especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't.
Especially for their daughter that still lives with her.
Put your focus outward around Malaya and toward the kids. Don't.
It does sound like put your focus around Malia. That's weird. Don't attack her because her mental health is going to reflect on our daughter. That is true. Maybe it's just his accent, but it definitely sounds like put your focus around Malia, which is potentially the opposite of what he meant, unless that is really what he meant. I don't know. All right, let's take a look at these text messages. I find these interesting for one reason, because there's an inconsistency. There's a massive inconsistency between what they're saying happened and what the dispatch audio is saying happened. So let's take a look. The grey bubble is Malia. They are a bit blurry. Let's try our best. No, I was keeping them home today because they were sick with a cold and they got outside the back door. We can't hear that door, and they got outside. They like exploring the woods and playing in the woods under our supervision. So they like exploring and playing in the woods. All right. Well, a bit different than what she says in a minute. Just can't believe this is actually happening right now. Never thought they would run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. Belinda says something about search teams. They've been missing since 9:40. They like to wander a lot. So in the breath previous, if you can call messages a breath, she said, I never thought they would run off on me like that. And she says they like to wander a lot. But they've been missing since 9:40. In the dispatch audio, it says that the last time they were seen was 8 a.m. So how do they know they've been missing since 9:40? So was 8 a.m. the last time Daniel saw Lily coming into the bedroom? He said he saw Lily coming into the bedroom, like to-ing and fro-ing, and they wanted to let the baby sleep. And then he heard Jack in the kitchen but didn't actually see him. So were they noisy all that time, and then at 9:40 everything went quiet? There's a big inconsistency there. There's a big difference between 8 a.m. and 9:40. So I'd like some clarification on that. I've wanted that clarification for a while now. Well, since the dispatch audio came out. Okay, let's look. So we have a big search team right now. They also want info about Cody because he doesn't see them. We have drones, dogs, and helicopters. I might get you on the phone with the police. Okay, so Belinda says, have you heard anything yet? Are locals allowed to search too? Do they have coats or boots? Do you know? Not yet. They have boots on, and Lily has a white backpack on with strawberries. She should be in the pink, and Jack in darker coloured clothes. Jack has dino boots, Lily has pink boots. Well, they didn't have coats on. You're welcome to come search with people. However, the search and rescue don't want too many others in the woods because they're going by protocol. Many are suspecting they were picked up by somebody because there is no trace of them or Lily's backpack. Do they go out to the road? Normally, no. But if they were in the front yard and someone stopped and convinced them to come over, they would go. They don't understand stranger danger. Okay, so search highways. That should have been done first thing. Yes, we are telling them because they should have been found by now. Jack has trouble going through the woods, and normally they don't go out of the yard. So previously, she said that they liked exploring the woods, and they wander a lot. So which is it? These are the things that bug me. Just small things, but they make a difference. They're both inconsistent. That bugs me. Doesn't mean they did anything, but the story just has these holes. That worries me. So Jack has problems going through the woods, but yet they like exploring the woods. So does Lily have problems going through the woods? Or is it Lily that likes exploring and Jack not so much? Which is it? We can't have it both ways. Which is it? I'm thinking nothing but positive. I want my babies home. Do the police have any idea yet? We will be up tomorrow to help with the search. That's from Belinda. The only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them. So, you know, one bloodhound in Nova Scotia. And they have a better chance of finding them because they track their scent. Thank you. Any help is best. I'm so scared and worried. Stay strong. See you tomorrow. Have your family been with you, I hope. Yes, everyone is here. Even people I never thought would be here. I have reason to believe they may have been taken by someone. So something about they would have found them by now if they were in the woods. Wants an Amber Alert. Well, rightly they should have got one, but no. So the bloodhound didn't find anything. No, not a thing. Are they still searching the woods? Yes. But no helicopter or drone or dogs till the morning. Are these not in order or something? Because she's just said that the only bloodhound in Nova Scotia is out looking for them. Let's look at the dates here. So it starts off May 2nd at 1:46. See, it doesn't timestamp every message. So you have to wait till there's break in a conversation and then it'll put the time back on. May 2nd at 3:59. What time on that one? May 2nd at 9:09. They are in order. So does she mean that they've all gone home and they're going to come back in the morning? I think that's possibly what she's meaning. Are they still searching the woods? Yes. But no helicopters, drones or dogs till the morning. So I think she means the helicopters or drones and dogs have gone home and they're coming back in the morning. But the main issue for me is the timeline. You know that I'm a timelines person. If you've been following my channel across different cases, if the timeline has inconsistencies, I've got a problem. I really do. I would like someone connected to the case to clarify why the dispatch audio said that they were last seen at 8 a.m, but they only realised that they were missing at 9:40. And that's a huge amount of time to be inconsistent about when two little kids have gone missing. All right, guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Thank you. Cassie. Hey.
Thank you, Michelle. That was a little weird. Yeah, she didn't, that we know of, be real. She didn't. She left. Like how Summer may have wandered off, but wasn't the type to wander off. Yeah. These cases match up a lot in a lot of ways sometimes, you guys, and it's kind of sad, you know? The Cat Lady's joining us today from up north. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't worry about it ever being late. Cat Lady, you know better than that. Come on now. Nobody ever has to worry about that here. Wonderful to have you here. And no, she never, from what I understand, be real, she never went out looking. He did. And then they had the press conference and she left. That's it. Like, you know, it's weird. which is why everybody looks at her in a strange way. I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing's strange. I'm trying to see. It is Sunday, so we're not going to get anything if there was anything from RCMP. And I've been following their website day to day to day to day. Nothing's coming out. So to me, excuse me, to me, they're keeping what they do have close to their vest, which is understood. It should be. So, wait a minute. I think there's more to those text messages, by the way. I've been following another channel that seems to be getting info left and right, probably from some other source. And I don't usually follow this channel, but with this case, I have been because it's been presenting certain things too. So, the Evil Exists channel, guys, check it out. If you want to see these things too, but this is related to some more text messages that were released, I guess, on this as well. Scully Skull. Welcome everybody, and again, that's just popping in. Thank you guys that are out there in the hallway, just kind of lurking. We appreciate you just as much. Everybody, please make sure to hit the like button so we can throw this in an algorithm at some point. Please just pretend like you like me for a little while, and we'll be good.
These text messages that It's a Crime Shane put out. The messages came from the paternal grandmother.
Mind you, this was just released an hour ago, and there's two others that they put out 5 and 6 hours ago too, that we'll be following up with. So thank you guys again.
Phone, and it shows a conversation between her and the mother, Malaya. I didn't share all the messages though, because I didn't want to get into the inconsistencies and all that, without making 100% sure the messages were true. Well, now that Belinda, the original source of these messages, has confirmed publicly that they are from her phone and are true, let's get into the rest of them. In these text messages, we can see Belinda telling Malaya that the police want to broaden the search and plug highways. That should have been done first thing. Malaya responds, and we know that she has always pushed the abduction theory, much like Dawn and Candace Bly, who still believe to this day that someone came up on that isolated hill and snatched Summer Wells. Malaya responds saying if the children were in the woods, they would have been.
And I'm just going to put in something to add to that. On my side of things, as far as Summer's concerned, I do not believe that somebody walked up on that property and walked off with Summer. And for one simple reason. There were 7 dogs on that property, guys, because I followed her case deeply and very long. For those of you that have been here that long. There were 7 dogs on that property and not one of them barked. I've seen those dogs react to people that show up on that property. There was no barking going on. So there's no way in hell anybody walked up on the Wells property and walked off with that child. Because she was right there. Candace was right there. Her mother was right there. Those dogs didn't bark once, so that never happened, in my opinion.
Been found by now because Jack has trouble going through the woods. Normally they don't go out of the yard. This is an interesting statement, and I would love to know what she meant by he has trouble going through the woods. Is he scared to go into the woods? Malaya continues saying that she is sick and scared and doesn't know what to do, and feels helpless. I think for starters, she should have continued pleading for the safe return of her children, since she so strongly believes that they were abducted. She says she is thinking nothing but positive, and she wants her babies home. Belinda then took it upon herself, as a concerned grandmother, to go down there and help search. Malaya asked about Cody, the biological father of the children. Belinda says he is in his room. Is she questioning whether he could have had something to do with their disappearance? She says she has reason to believe they have been taken by someone. From the morning of May 3rd, it doesn't look like Malaya was responding to Belinda anymore. This is probably after she decided to leave with her mother. Belinda tried messaging her multiple times on the 4th May, but got no response.
Sorry, guys. For some reason, it froze. Hang on. Back it up, back it up, back it up.
Let me begin. I came to read anatomy. That's a sin.
Really? Now my
Get
wife
up,
jumping
stand
in. I
up.
don't even know where that came from. All right, Suzanne, have a great day. Do not work too hard. Thank you for joining us. Here's the next one, guys. All right.
Still missing, and it breaks my heart to report that there are still no solid leads or confirmed sightings after more than a month. How did 2 children vanish into thin air? I don't believe they are in the woods. There would have been some trace of them if they both wandered into the woods. The scent wouldn't have ended by the driveway for one, it would have gone into the woods. Anyway, the talk on YouTube streets right now are about these texts that have been floating around on social media. It has made its way to Facebook groups, and so many people are sharing it. Before I started to really get into them and scrutinize them, I wanted to make sure they were validated by the source. Of course, It's a Criming Shame is doing great work keeping Jack and Lily's faces in case out there, but if we can validate things that come from online sources, then why not? If you haven't checked out her channel, I have linked it below. She has shared texts from Daniel, the stepfather, as well as the paternal grandmother's texts with Malaya. Well, for any of you questioning these texts, I can confirm for you today that they are 100% true. Belinda herself has responded to people on Facebook who were asking for proof that these texts are real. Her response reads, "Please no drama, these messages are from my phone. I am doing everything and anything I can to keep Lily and Jack's pictures out there. If there are still questions regarding this, like maybe thinking this is a fake account pretending to be Belinda, I will go back to show you this is her actual profile." Belinda has been advocating for the children from day one, even though she hasn't seen them in months. She posts their pictures on her Facebook story every day, and apparently went out to help look for them shortly after they vanished. Her son, who is the children's biological father, has been silent so far. We haven't heard from him at all, and he hasn't seen the children in months too. I don't believe any searches were held this weekend by police for Jack and Lily. I pray this case doesn't go cold. Malaya stopped speaking out too, and has lawyered up, while Daniel continues to speak to media.
Okay, he drops these little short ones, but they do have some interesting pieces of info in them about this. Hang on 1 minute. There was that one, and then there was one right after it. Sorry. Welcome, Meg. I don't think so, LL, from what I've seen, but I could be wrong. It's a good question. One moment, guys. Trying to load something in. Hold on, y'all. So good to see you today, Miss Meg. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm trying to make sure. Where did it go? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Oh, Sarge is in the house. Hit like. What's up, Sarge? Good to see you, Sarge. Hope you're having a great day, Sarge. Excuse me. I did find this other thing yesterday. I didn't get to show it to you guys yesterday, but hold on. In regards to this case, it was slightly interesting. Like I said, anything I can find to make something make some sense, or maybe not. I don't know. So somebody did use AI and put this thing out. Now, these details, I don't know what you guys think on this. I don't know. I'm going to let this run for a quick minute. It's not very long at all. It's just like, maybe. Hold on a minute. I was trying to find something that had different pieces of information in it that was new to make certain things understood. Basically, there's just little things here within this case, guys, contradictions to the facts that were stated, things like that. And things are getting, like I said, the mother, so on and so forth. But until RCMP drops something real and new, there's not much we can do with this. Let me see here. I am a hoochie for Kane. Am I a hoochie for Kane? What the hell? What are you talking about, Scully? Yeah. Kane. You talking about Kane. It comes in here. Kane. Yes. Hey, Sarge. Good to see you again, Sarge. Alrighty now. I'm going to run this just for a few. Let's see what it says, and we'll go from there. If it starts to get ridiculous, I'll just shut it down and be done. Echoes of Clarity's in the house. Welcome, dear.
The parents seem to be hiding the truth. Why would both disappear at the same time? Why did the mother leave right after? Why is the stepdad banned from seeing their baby sister? What really happened in that house on the morning of May 2nd? Where are the children? And more importantly, how do two parents lose both their kids without a sound? The disappearance. Lily and Jack Sullivan lived in a remote part of Nova Scotia with their mother, Malia Brooks Murray, their baby sister Meadow, and their mother's partner, Daniel Robert Martell. Lily, the older of the two siblings, was 6 years old. According to her mother, she was talkative, outgoing, and full of energy. She often wore pink and was known to be closely bonded with her younger brother, Jack. Jack, just 4 years old, was quieter, but still.
Yeah, for those of you that don't understand that, ghosted's not even the word. She left the day, okay, in the middle of the press conference they had, she walked right away. She went and sat in the back of an ambulance for a little while, having some kind of an anxiety issue, which is understood, okay? And then by the next day, she was gone. Packed her shit, left. Didn't do anything else. Didn't contact him. Did nothing. She gets on Facebook. She shut her Facebook down. She gets on Facebook long enough to go in to change her relationship status and take down any pictures that had Daniel Martell in them. All of them. And then you don't see her hear from her. She's not anywhere around this area. She doesn't go to media. She doesn't nothing. And she's completely exited, broke up with him. Everything's done. Gone. They haven't spoke since. And that's something strange with that. And her mother, for those of you that didn't follow, is very, very manipulative. And like I said, Daniel said that, his own words, everything was good to go. They were staying together there. There was no issues between the two of them. She had just claimed how happy and safe she felt there. Her mother gets a hold of her, talks to her for 10, 15 minutes. It's all done. Completely flips upside down, changes around, and she's gone. And that's where she's been ever since. Do we have a text? Do we have a video of her leaving? She get a call or a text right before? No, she spoke to her mom, LL. Based on what everybody said, that she spoke to her mom for about 5-6 minutes or so, Daniel had stated, and then she was done and gone. I'd like to know what her mother is using to manipulate her into staying away from this area, if this is true, and what's going on with that. Because I feel like the mother, Cindy, Malea's mother, has something to do with that situation for sure. I don't know, but it's a very strange, truly.
Still active and playful. He was frequently seen playing in the kitchen during mornings and, like many kids his age, still wore diapers and small boots. The two children were inseparable and formed the emotional core of the household. Their mother, Malia, was a member of the Sapekatik First Nation, a Mi'kmaq community in Nova Scotia. She had 3 children in total: Lily, Jack, and baby Meadow. Her true name was Malehya, but it often misspelled in media reports as Malia, Malehya. At the time, Malia was unemployed and had left her home community to live with Daniel in a rural, heavily wooded area near Gerlach Road. Daniel Robert Martell, 33, was not the biological father of Lily, Jack, or Meadow. He had been in a relationship with Malehya for about 3 years and lived with her and the children in a cluttered trailer home surrounded by forest.
See, that statement right there is misinformation. He is Meadow's father, the baby, the 18-month-old. He's her father.
He worked only 1 day a week at a local sawmill, while spending most of his time at home. He shared the house with his own mother and several animals, including multiple cats and a dog. Importantly, Daniel had no legal custody or guardianship rights over any of the children. As for Meadow, the youngest child, she was around 1 year old at the time. It is still unclear whether Daniel was her biological father, although he referred to her as my baby girl. No documentation has confirmed any paternity. The family home was
Right. And you know what, Scully, I'm glad you said that, because here's the thing, folks. Just because, hey, Echo, it's great to see you. You're leaving? Okay. Donna, good to have you. Just because their house is cluttered or the outside's cluttered or whatever, it doesn't mean they're bad parents, you guys. People got to stop judging people by that, okay? Because the way their house looks, that doesn't mean they're bad parents or bad people. It just means that that's how they live, okay? It doesn't mean you're a bad person. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Donna Salamander, good to see you. See, that's wrong too, Chickbait. He's the father. He tried to go visit her at the CSB board, I believe. Now, we've always been told from the beginning that he's her father, so I don't see where all of a sudden this is coming from. Exactly, Bonnie. Exactly. So there's channels like this that are putting this misinformation out, and it's not good to do that. That's what they said, LL, that law enforcement said it was overly clean. The inside of the house was overly clean. What if that's just who they are? Just because the outside looks like that doesn't mean people live that way on the inside of their house. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's a lot of judgment for things here that maybe shouldn't be being judged. I've seen people with really dirty homes take better care of the. Yes, I've seen people that live in mansions that are loaded and have beautiful homes that are absolutely the most abusive people you ever meet. Our racist manager, when I was 5, came to our apartments, made patches in the carpet for no reason. My mom woke us up late for school, didn't have time to make the bed or clean. They snuck in. Took pictures, took us to court. Good. Yeah, see, there's ignorant people that do that kind of stuff all the time. Good for you, Scully. Hey, Kearney, good to see you. Indian Money Casino kids were checked for blood. McMack. That's another thing, guys, that has always got a lot of the people in here on this community, and I'm on my team too. Malia had been trying to get their status as Native put out there. Okay, she was trying to get them registered, their status as Native, and they kept getting denied. Now that's the 2 that they're missing. The moment they went missing, it was approved, and their status is now Native Micmac. Okay. Why did that have to take them go missing before that happened? And the baby is not, but those 2 are. That's so strange. Welcome, Marty. Good to see you today, and you're welcome. I don't know what I said, but you're welcome. Have you seen those people that have their mobile homes or trailers, and when you go inside, it's straight looks? Yes, absolutely, Scully, 100%. It is strange. That's very weird to me that they've been trying to get that status, and all of a sudden they kept being denied, and as soon as they go missing, boom. That is very weird. Hey, Josie Joe's in the house. Good to see you, Josie. Happy Sunday to you, dear.
Located off Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, a sparsely populated area with no close neighbors, no security cameras, and only dirt roads cutting through dense forest. The house had no fencing, and the rear entrance was a sliding glass door. The overall living conditions were modest, described by many as poor, with limited resources and little to no safety infrastructure for small children. In the days leading up to May 1st, 2025, the Sullivan household appeared stable on the surface. On the afternoon of May 1st, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police confirmed that Lily and Jack were seen in public with family members. This is the last verified sighting of the children by anyone outside the household. The time was not specified, but officials referred to it simply as afternoon. From that moment on, no one, not neighbors, delivery drivers.
And see, that's another problem I have too, is they were seen Thursday afternoon with family. That's all they said is family. It's not mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, and uncle, whatever. Why can't they say that? Why are they just saying family? And I want to know who that family is, because I think that could have an answer to something as well, if they were to tell you who the family is.
Or community members saw or heard the children again. There were no surveillance cameras to confirm their presence, no health appointments, no digital or physical trail. There was also no indication from anyone outside the household that the children were still alive.
That's exactly right, Marty. Just because you have clutter, or, I mean, look where they live, okay? They live out in the middle of nowhere. So, granted, I may not live like this. I may not be comfortable with this. That doesn't mean that these people are bad parents or bad people, okay? It just doesn't. So I wish people wouldn't judge them because of that. That's just crazy. Now, granted, I made some statements about a couple things I wasn't comfortable with, having small children and having like an old beat up, rusty washer or dryer sitting on the back porch there. That could be dangerous. It shouldn't be there, in my opinion. That's my opinion. That's me. Different people live different ways. But that, again, that doesn't mean that's abuse, that's neglect. That doesn't mean that they're bad people or that they would hurt their children. Just, that's all I'm saying, you guys. It'd be considered the oil tanks close to a single wide. Trailer fires kill people. No joke. Yes, ma'am. I've seen too many of them. And a trailer fire, you ain't putting that out unless you're standing on top of it. Because they burn fast within seconds. No lie. No lie. It's like the best firewood you could ever find in your life. But yeah, truly. Unless you're standing on top of that already, you ain't putting that out. I'm just telling you from experience.
Or inside the home on the night of May 1st or early morning of May 2nd.
Her mother's indigenous and her grandmother's indigenous. Therefore, in turn, so are they. Their Micmac is their tribe, so.
The only accounts of what happened the next morning come from the two adults in the home, Daniel and Malia. According to Daniel, sometime after sunrise, Lily came into the bedroom wearing a pink shirt, and he could hear Jack playing in the kitchen. A few minutes later, the house fell silent. When he went to check, the sliding glass door at the back of the house was shut. The children were gone. Their boots were missing. Daniel said he got in his vehicle and drove around the property looking through back trails, ditches, and wooded areas. However, it remains unclear how much time passed between when he noticed the children were missing and when he informed Malia. At 10:06 a.m. on May 2nd, a 911 call was placed by Malia Brooks Murray to report Lily and Jack missing. This 24-hour window, between the final sighting on May 1st and the 911 call on May 2nd, represents the most critical and mysterious stretch in the case. It is also the moment investigators began to question whether this was simply a case of two children wandering off, or something far more deliberate and far more sinister. The search for Lily and Jack Sullivan. The formal investigation began at exactly 10:06 a.m. on May 2nd, 2025, when Malia Brooks Murray called 911 to report her children missing. What immediately raised questions was the fact that Daniel Martell, the adult who first noticed the children,
100%, Jody, and if you're not careful, you can get trapped. Many a times I've seen that happen.
Were gone, was not the one to make the call. This left a troubling gap in the timeline. RCMP officers arrived at the scene later that day and launched an immediate emergency search operation. The effort included ground teams, thermal drones, search dogs, low-flying aircraft, and support from civil air search and rescue. Despite the massive scale, there were no signs of forced entry, no physical evidence of foul play, no signs of an accident. No one outside the household could verify that the children had been seen that morning. The entire narrative depended solely on the word of.
I agree with that, Josie. If you don't want them, then don't have them. If you have them and you can't handle them, there's other people that can. Go through the system and do it the right way. This shit doesn't make any sense if that's what this is. You know, just like what we've seen, Megan Boswell and Leilani Simon and all them cases, that doesn't need to happen by any means at all. There's other ways to do this. Stop doing it. Lou Theron in the house. Good to see you. Sometime after sunrise, 10 minutes later, could be an hour or more. Very true. Here's the thing, though, that bugs me with this is she got up, Malia did, somewhere between 6 and 6:30 a.m. and called the school and called the kids off of school again, as she did the day before. They didn't have school on Wednesday, so that's 3 days. The last time they went to school was Tuesday. They got off the bus, and then they never went back, period, okay? So she got up 6 or 6:30, called them off of school, and then it stated that they heard them, or he heard them, on the 911 call around 0800, 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30, something like that. And then the time 9:40 comes out is when they decided that they were going to go ahead and call, and then the call was made by 10:06. That's wild. That's weird. That whole timeline thing screws with me, and it's just not, something's not right with the timeline to me. I'm sorry. I don't know. That's 100%, Josie. Plenty of people who can't have kids would adopt them if the American system was cheaper, easier. Yeah, that's a whole other show, Josie. You ain't lying, but that's definitely something we could talk about at some point. That's true.
2 people. On May 3rd, search efforts expanded further into the woods, trails, ditches, and creeks surrounding the remote home. Yet no physical trace was found, no shoes, clothing, toys, blood, hair, or DNA. That same day, the RCMP officially upgraded the case to a criminal investigation. The home was sealed as a potential crime scene. Forensic teams, homicide investigators, and digital analysts were brought in to review every inch of the property and the digital footprint of the adults involved. Between May 4th and 6th, specialized divers from the underwater recovery team searched nearby bodies of water, including ponds, streams, and drainage areas. Once again, they found nothing. Not even the items Daniel claimed had disappeared with the children. A small backpack and a pair of boots were recovered. This total lack of traceable evidence raised even more doubts. How could 2 children vanish so completely without leaving behind so much as a footprint? On May 7th, after 5 fruitless days, the RCMP reduced the scale of the ground search. They issued a public statement saying that if the children were still in the forest, their chances of survival were extremely slim. Investigators called on anyone who had dashboard camera footage from April 28th to May 2nd, especially from the area around Gairloch Road, to turn it in. But nothing surfaced that placed Lily or Jack anywhere after May 1st. No trail, no witness, no camera caught them leaving or arriving. It was as if they vanished into thin air. Between May 8th and 11th, investigators interviewed 35 individuals, including neighbors, delivery drivers, and community members. They also processed more than 180 tips, which included home security footage and vehicle dash cams. Despite this, no one aside from Daniel and Malia could confirm seeing the children after the afternoon of May 1st. And even more disturbingly, there was no digital trace of the children, no recent appointments, photos, or messages. From May 12th onward, the investigation became more opaque. RCMP continued to process tips and conduct interviews, but never named any suspects. They also refused to classify the case as a kidnapping, instead referring to it as suspicious missing persons case. This ambiguous language frustrated the public and fueled speculation about the nature of the investigation. Some began to question whether the hesitation to use the word abduction was a deliberate attempt to avoid drawing national attention. Adding to the mystery, RCMP partnered with satellite imaging companies like Maxar and Planet Labs to scan the area. Analysts discovered a rectangular patch of disturbed ground near the Sullivan home, roughly 2 meters long. The timing of its appearance and disappearance coincided with the children's vanishing. The data was never confirmed as part of the case, but it quietly shifted the focus of the investigation toward potential concealment of evidence or foul play. Still, no arrests were made. No warrants were issued publicly. Meanwhile, Daniel Martel allowed media crews to film inside the home, even though it had been officially sealed as a crime scene. He gave guided tours, showing the children's bedroom and the kitchen where he claimed Jack had last been heard playing. Viewers were shocked. In most criminal investigations involving children, even grieving parents refrain from compromising a potential crime scene. Daniel's behavior stood out as unusually composed, calm, controlled, even performative. At no point did he publicly express raw emotion or mention either child by name more than once or twice. While Daniel stayed in the public eye, Malia disappeared from it entirely. According to RCMP, she had been advised not to speak to the press. But her complete withdrawal, no vigil appearances, no interviews, no open letters, was seen by many as odd, even concerning. In previous high-profile child disappearances, parents often make pleas through the media, begging for their children's return. In this case, the silence was deafening. Equally puzzling was the absence of an AMBR alert, despite both children being under the age of 7. The RCMP later explained that the case did not meet the legal criteria, which require evidence of an abduction. Critics argued that waiting abduction confirmation defeats the urgency such alerts are meant to address. The lack of an alert likely delayed public awareness and reduced early leads. Perhaps most unusual of all was the lack of visible psychological support for Malia. In similar cases, police departments often ensure that parents receive trauma counseling or mental health check-ins. There was no mention of such efforts here. Was it withheld? Declined? Never offered? No one knows. And while trauma affects people in different ways, the lack of any observable reaction raised further questions. All of these elements, mixed messaging, a missing digital trail, inconsistent behavior, and unexplained silence, combined to create a haunting sense that this was not simply a case of children wandering off. As days became weeks, and leads turned cold, one thing became increasingly clear. Whatever happened to Lily and Jack Sullivan, it didn't happen by chance. It happened by design. Untrustworthy statements and moves. From the beginning of the investigation, it became increasingly clear this was no ordinary missing child case. The patterns didn't match. Too many things that should have been there were simply absent. No one outside the home saw or heard anything. No dogs barking. No cries for help. Not even a dropped boot. And that silence, it wasn't just around the woods. It was inside the house too. The behavior of those closest to the children only deepened the unease. There were no public pleas, no emotional breakdowns, no urgency, just scripted words and strange calm. At times, it felt like they were hiding something, or worse, protecting someone, as if they knew the truth. But for whatever reason, they couldn't, or wouldn't, say it aloud. From the moment Daniel Martel began speaking about the disappearance of Lily and Jack, something felt off. He was calm, too calm. He told investigators that Lily had walked into the bedroom wearing a pink shirt, while Jack was making noise in the kitchen. A few minutes later, silence. When he got up to check, they were gone. Just like that. No sound, no struggle, no explanation. He claims he immediately began driving around the property, looking through ditches and forest trails. But what no one could ever figure out was how much time actually passed between the moment he says he noticed the children were gone and the time 911 was called. Because that call? It wasn't made by him. It was made by Malia at exactly 10:06 a.m. That gap in time is one of the most alarming holes in this entire timeline. What was Daniel doing during that period? Why didn't he, the adult present, call for help himself? The silence is not just literal, it's behavioral. There were no signs of panic, no desperation in his voice, no urgency in his words. In every interview since, Daniel has repeated the same phrases. One, in particular, stands out. They were just gone. I looked out the window, and I thought they might have wandered into the woods. It's a strange way to phrase the disappearance of two small children. There's no emotion in that sentence, just passive observation, like he was talking about a missing shoe, not two living, breathing kids. Even more unsettling is his refusal to use their names. In interviews, he almost never refers to Lily or Jack directly. He says, they, the kids, those two. It's a subtle linguistic detachment, but it matters. It's as if he's speaking about strangers, not two children he helped raise for over 3 years. In one video, Daniel refers to Jack as Jackie. That's not how anyone else has ever referred to the boy. It caught viewers off guard, not just because it was unfamiliar, but because it felt oddly impersonal. Using an unexpected nickname in such a serious context gave the impression that Daniel was disconnected from the children, emotionally and even psychologically. Then came a statement that hit harder than any other. I'm not their father. I had no rights over them. That one sentence speaks volumes. It's a rejection, not just of legal responsibility, but of emotional connection. It's also, perhaps, his attempt to explain why he didn't call 911. But more than anything, it highlights a deep lack of ownership in a moment when most parental figures would be breaking down, begging for help, doing anything to find the children. Stranger still, Daniel repeatedly brings up his own trauma in interviews. He says he was a victim of domestic abuse. He hints that Malia, the children's mother, was violent. He talks about being misunderstood, being pushed away, being abandoned. All of this might be relevant in another story, but not here. Not now. Because what's missing in all of his media appearances is a single, desperate plea for Lily and Jack. There's no, please, help me find them. No, I miss them every second. Instead, his focus always circles back to himself. His pain, his side of the story. This behavior isn't just odd, it's strategic. Experts in behavioral analysis call it redirecting narrative. The more he talks about himself, the less he has to talk about the kids. And the more he emphasizes his own victimhood, the more sympathy he quietly tries to gain, even as 2 children remain missing. The emotional void in Daniel's interviews is impossible to ignore. There's no tremble in his voice, no breakdown, no visible struggle to hold it together. Everything he says sounds rehearsed, calculated, even distant. And when you compare his tone to other parents in similar tragedies, the contrast is stark. Most parents can't even get through a sentence without crying. Daniel, he barely flinches. When a person loses children under suspicious circumstances, their language says more than any police report ever could. In Daniel Martel's case, it wasn't what he said.
Yeah, this guy, whoever did this, that's an AI voice, but whoever put this together, for some reason seems to be severely biased against Martel. Now, I'm not saying I don't trust anybody in this, guys. I'm just saying that's not how he's been read. That's kind of crazy the way that they're doing that, but it is what it is. Hey, Miss Heather, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
It was how he said it, and what he chose not to say at all. On the other side, one of the most haunting elements was the near, complete absence of the children's mother, Malia Brooks Murray. In most missing child cases, the mother is often the emotional center, pleading for help, breaking down in front of cameras, doing anything to bring her children home. But here, there was none of that. No interviews. No statements. No public presence at all. To this day, Malahia has never appeared publicly to speak about the disappearance of Lily and Jack. The RCMP later stated that she was advised not to speak to the media. While some accepted this as standard police protocol during an active investigation, many others found it disturbing, even unnatural. Her voice, her perspective, has been completely missing from the narrative. And in that silence, suspicion grew. On May 2, 2025, it was Malia, not Daniel, who called 911 at 10:06 a.m. to report the children missing. While the full transcript of that call was never released, sources close to the case described her tone as calm, cold, and not panicked, a description that only added to the unease. For a mother who had just been told her 2 young children had vanished without a trace, many expected distress, hysteria, or urgency. Instead, they got calm detachment. And then came her next move, one that would define much of the public's perception of her. Within hours of the incident, Malia left the home she shared with Daniel Martel, taking her youngest child, Meadow, with her. She moved in with relatives and cut off all communication with Daniel. She didn't return to the scene. She didn't help with searches. She didn't appear at any community vigils or events. Most chilling of all, she never shared a photo, a plea, or even a post asking for help finding her children. This behavior sparked division and debate across the community. Some said she was simply doing what the police told her to do, that staying silent and out of the spotlight was a way to protect herself and her surviving child. But others couldn't accept that explanation. What kind of mother doesn't speak their children's names? If your kids are missing, how do you stay quiet? These were the questions that began circulating on social media, on the internet, and around the dinner tables of Nova.
Okay, so this is just going to go on and on and on and on, and it's not giving us anything new, so I'm not going to, drool you guys with this craziness. That's all we have. That's all we know. Thus far, there's nothing new. It's sad, but there isn't, and truly, I can just keep going in circles with this same stuff, guys. It's not going to teach us anything better. So I'm going to move on to something a little different here that was dropped yesterday, a few hours back, in regards to the Idaho 4 case. Hold on here. And I got some other stuff to look at too. Somebody actually sent me this email wise. So hang loose. Let's check it out. Sorry, Scully. It was driving me nuts. Not to mention the voice and all that stuff is crazy. So, all right, guys. It's talking about Brian Koberger's witnesses being revealed. Anjanette Levy from the Law and Crime Network. Brought this out. Hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Elisanda, hello. We're going to check out the beginning of it. We'll see how it goes. And if it starts to go in a direction that I don't care for, we're just going to, no. But somebody said, watch this. It's interesting. I said, okay, fine. So I try to put out stuff you guys send me when you guys send it to me and respect that. We'll see how it works, though. And a lot of these guys are different than when they're like doing Law and Crime or Court TV, when they have their own shows. You know what I mean? It's interesting. So we will see.
So please let me know if you're interested in that. I've been kind of looking at that a lot at work, but then again, we've had some other things happening in crime this week. In particular, Lori Vallow-Daybell, let me tell you, her representing herself yet again in this attempted murder trial conspiracy case involving Brandon Boudreaux. So we'll be talking a little bit about that after we talk about Brian Koberger. There hasn't been a ton of news on the Brian Koberger front. There's been kind of a lull in the action. I'm sure his team is super happy about that. But we did get some news this week because his defense team is asking that subpoenas be issued for out-of-state witnesses in Pennsylvania. So I'm going to get to that here in a second. I want to give a shout out to the people helping in the chat tonight, the moderators. The docket is here helping out. Thank you so much to the docket. I appreciate that so much. And Mel Mack is here as always. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. I so appreciate you doing this for me. And I'm going to give some shout outs right now to people who are tuning in and joining in. We've got 85 people watching right now, which is exciting. Very exciting, guys. I really appreciate it. And I don't know if you noticed, but I got, I've had this neon A. I ordered this on Amazon a while ago and I've just not unpacked it. But I put the neon A next to the Pope. I thought like the bookshelf needed some more zing. So I'm hoping that adds a little zing. I'm trying to dress up the bookcase, do something different. I don't know if that really goes with the Pope. The Pope may have to kind of move over a little bit, but I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it, trying to dress up the set, if you will. So let's look at who we've got hanging out tonight. Angel D. Hi, Angel D. Looking forward to your take on these documents. They've certainly confused a few.
Uh-oh, look, Angel's a star. The first thing she throws out is Angel's
YouTube creators recently. Well, I'm going to try to not confuse you. I'm not going to put all of them up, and I almost feel kind of bad putting these people on blast. I really don't want to put them on blast. I really don't, because these poor people, it's like anybody involved in this case gets brought into this and totally put on blast. And it's just not fair. But I figured out who a couple of them are, and I'm trying to piece together who all of them are, but I also don't really want to put them on blast. So I'll just give you my take on what these documents mean. We'll pull up one of them. No big deal. CH, I'm curious what the Washington filings are. Have seen murmurings on Twitter about their existence. Right. Somebody earlier in the chat said something about that. Somebody earlier in the chat said that Brian Koberger.
Anjanette is one of the hosts for the Long Crime Network. So yeah, just so you guys know.
Filed something in Washington. I'm a little confused about that. I was out and about when that came in. I kind of had like a busy day, went out and did some stuff. So I'm going to have to look into that a little further before we actually start talking about that. I'm Stephanie, says hello from Idaho, land of potatoes and many gruesome murders. Yes, horrible. Stephanie, I am so sorry that that happens in your state. If it makes you feel any better, where I live, there have been some horrible, horrible things that have happened too. So, but thank you for joining from Idaho. I so greatly appreciate that. So thank you. Susan B says, hello all. Hello, Susan B. Thank you so much. Angelica Jinks, hello from Missouri. Glad to be here fresh off the dock. Hilarious. Thank you, Angelica Jinks. I appreciate you coming in. Ms. Woozy, hello from PDX, Oregon. We've got people from all over. I love this. I love that we have so many people from all over coming in to the chat. This is amazing. The docket is here, hand up as always. He always is like, hello, here I am. And here he is. Look at that. My hand goes up over the neon A. Let me know what you guys think of the neon A. Dandy Lioness, hello. She says hello to Susan B and Angelica Jinks. Hannah UK says, made it safe. I'm glad you made it safe. Mel Mack is reminding everybody to like and subscribe. Thank you for reminding everybody. And if you're watching on replay, I forgot to shout out the replay viewers. Everybody, if you're watching on replay, thank you so much. I love it when I go into the comments and people are watching on replay. It's awesome. Dandy Lioness says, Colorado in the house. Jennifer Smith says, greetings, everyone. Crime Dog. Hey, all. Love that name. So let's get into this. We've got a lot of docketeers here tonight. Oh, Hella Excited Utterance is here as well. Oh, hey, good morning. She's in Australia. So good morning to you, Hella. I'm going to scroll down through a few more comments. It seems like we got a lot of people hopping in. I don't want to ignore anybody. So if I don't get to you right away, please, I apologize. Do not take it personally. Under Your Scars, hello from Ontario, Canada. Hello, Under Your Scars. Hello, thanks for coming in from Canada. And Hannah from the UK is here. Hello from England, live on a night shift. Love that. Shelly is here from Montana. Gosh, could we get like all 50 states? Would that be amazing? Teresa T is here from Virginia, and she loves the neon A. I love that. Great Dane Mom is here from Boise, Idaho, the land of BK potential jurors. Yes, that is true. That is true. I got to tell you guys about something later, too. Teresa is here from Pensacola, Florida. Natasha is here from Washington State. We might just get to that 50 states, guys. And Seashells is here from Michigan. Wow. Mel Mac loves the neon A, too. Loving this. Hella Excited Utterance says the holiday Monday is only in some states, guys. Some states have their king's birthday holiday in June. I have it in October. Go figure. That's interesting. All right. All right. All right. Okay, guys. We got Ian Blake here from Maryland. And we've got another Missouri person, Palm Beach, Florida. Psychosaurus Rex, California. New Jersey. And we've got a Pennsylvanian. And Texas. Guys, we've got a lot of states here. This is exciting. Maryland, North Carolina, Texas, Kentucky, Arizona. Gosh, this is amazing. Well, thanks everybody for joining in. All right, so let's get to it. So in Melbourne, Australia, just hopped into Cincinnati, Ohio. Thanks so much, Carrie E. from Cincinnati, Ohio. I appreciate you joining in. That's totally cool. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So let's get to it. We are going to talk about the latest in the Brian Kohberger case. Okay, so he is back in court on June 18th, the day before Juneteenth, which is a federal holiday. So all of the courts will be closed. And of course, Brian Kohberger, his trial is expected to start with opening statements on August 11th. I actually attended what's been called a media town hall about a week and a half ago. The courts held this meeting for the media. There were digital creators, YouTube creators in there as well. And it was just laying out kind of the rules for what was going to happen during the court or during the trial. They wanted to be able to answer our questions, things like that. And basically they were saying that members of the media were going to have to enter like an electronic lottery pool to get into the courtroom the day before. There was going to be seating for Brian Kohberger's family, seating obviously for the 4 victims' families. Brian Kohberger, of course, has he stood silent, and a not guilty plea has been entered on his behalf by Judge for the murders of Maddie Mogang, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xander Kernodle. His defense team has said he maintains his innocence in these crimes, and opening statements are scheduled for August 11th. Jury selection is scheduled to begin with voir dire, at least that portion of it, on August 4th. So the questionnaires, there are going to be questionnaires in this case, and they are being kept under, seal. The judge is being very protective of these questionnaires. The media will not get to look at a blank questionnaire. There are some cases I've covered where we request a copy of the questionnaire, like a blank one, just to see what it says. No way. He's keeping this thing totally secret. And so the jurors will fill those out at the courthouse before that time. They'll weed through those, probably go through, and the attorneys and the judge will probably go through all of those questionnaires beforehand and be like, okay, these people, here's the stack of the people who are just totally, we're not even going to consider them. We just can't even question them. We can't even consider them for voir dire. Then the voir dire will start on August 4th. That's when the voir dire will start. So I am sure, here we've got a super sticker. Thank you so much, Ian, for the super sticker. That's very sweet. I so appreciate that. Guys, if you want to support the channel, you're more than welcome to do that. It's very kind, Ian. I appreciate that with a super sticker or super chat. Very sweet. Not required, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, but back to the questionnaires. Hi, True Crime with the Sarge. True Crime with the Sarge is in the house. He just popped in. Welcome, welcome. So they'll weed through. They'll use the questionnaires to basically weed through and find the people that they absolutely just cannot bring in for voir dire. Then they will start that process. The defense has already filed a 40-page motion to continue, basically saying we cannot do this. We can't do this trial. And they went through a litany of reasons why this trial should not start when it is scheduled to start. I mean, Judge Hippler has essentially told them, this thing's starting. We are not moving this trial date. So she went through a long list of reasons why. And I think she mostly did this for the record, but then the Dateline bomb landed in their lap with all of that stuff that happened. And so then she had extra ammo to put into her motion for a motion to continue. She puts in all the stuff about Dateline, how prejudicial it was. That's a whole nother issue because the judge, he was mad. He wants an investigation into who leaked this information to Dateline. It sounds like it was all legit info. The judge basically has said he thinks somebody from the state side of this leaked this info. He thinks it was law enforcement or a former prosecutor or a former member of law enforcement. He believes it came from them. Dateline had information from Brian Kohberger's cell phone. So they had sources. So he had basically already told Ann Taylor, we're not moving this thing. Well, then that bomb drops in their lap. And I think he was so mad that I think he has become a little more sympathetic to the defense side of things. And so there is going to be a motion to continue a hearing on this on the 18th. Now, the prosecution has not yet responded to this motion to continue. And I'm assuming they will. I mean, they've got a lot to respond to. It was a 40-page document, and it's not like Ann Taylor just cooked this thing up overnight. I mean, she had to have already been working on this. Then the Dateline special airs, and she's like, oh my God, you know, she's already working on this indexed 40-page thing that she was going to file for the record. And, you know, then the Dateline happens, and that gives her a little bit more ammo. She's saying, look, there's a James Patterson book that's going to come out right before jury selection starts, like 14 or 16 days before jury selection starts. That's going to be prejudicial. God only knows what else is out there, since somebody leaked a bunch of stuff to Dateline, basically saying our client wanted to be Ted Bundy, and, you know, basically leaking a lot of the state's case. So, oh, Hella. Okay. I assumed, Hella, that there would be a response. Of course they were going to respond. So you're saying, so it's on the case summary and it just hasn't dropped yet. Okay. I've been checking and checking. I didn't check yesterday. I was up to my eyeballs and other stuff. Yeah. Okay. So it'll hit on Monday then. So it'll hit on Monday. So it's on the case summary. Sorry, guys, I didn't check the case summary yesterday, as I said, and I should have checked it. But Lori Valadabel had me, like, I was up to my eyeballs. Like, I was up to here in Lori Valadabel. I thought I had my crime fix all done.
Hang on, guys. Let me check. Case summary shows. What the hell does it show? Hang on. Hold on, we're getting there. Okay, so we're at the 8th now. Six 5 opposition to the defendant's motion to continue. So they've already opposed it. So they're not continuing it, guys. There it is for you right there. I didn't think about checking the case summary either. Right there. There's an opposition to the defendant's motion to continue. The 6-5 motion for permission to exceed page limit, of course. State supplemental notice of compliance. There's the order that came out on the 5th. So these 1, 2, 3 things haven't dropped yet. They'll be there in the morning. Probably. I'm gonna venture to say in the morning. So there you go. There you go. There you go. Didn't even think to do that. And I didn't think he was going to do it. So what's going to happen then? I guess we'll talk about that maybe this afternoon after this one. Josie said they'll use the Dateline clips with no context. Just like they're doing for Karen. Good point, Josie. Good point. Here's Alicia. Alicia J. Hey. Good to see you, dear. There being an objection does not definitely mean it won't be continued. Well, this is opposition. I want to see what the document shows tomorrow. That's the difference. It's usually written in here. So we'll see how that document drops. If it says that it's denied, we know it's denied. So it's just opposition. It could be something different. It's going to be based on the verbiage on the document when it actually comes out. So that's a good point, she said. So they're opposing it in some sense, okay? This could be just the prosecution opposing this. This could be a judge's order. I don't know, because it doesn't give the details on it. It just shows opposition to. So we'll see, because there's still nothing yet here. In fact, let me try to refresh. Yeah, all that we have is that order that we looked at the other day. That's it. So until then, we'll just have to say, hey, We don't know. And go from there. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. So back to what she was.
And then her getting kicked out of court and all this just like blew up my whole podcast. So I had to like redo it. So we will so the state, of course, they responded because
Well, and you know that's weird too, Josie, because none of that stuff should be able to be used as evidence, and I don't think they were going to, but we'll see what happens. And if they do not continue this, he's going to have to do something somewhere. After the Dateline thing, he's going to have to do something, in my opinion. I don't know what's going to happen, but we will see. Oh, you're good, Josie. I get it.
because they always do. They would have to respond. So they're, of course, going to be like, no, this thing needs to go. And so we'll see what happens. On that date, there will also be a sealed hearing. We won't get to watch it, unfortunately.
Right, Bill. Good point.
Thank you, Tisa. You're so sweet. Tisa Tells is in the house. This is amazing. She says, of course they want to delay. Great analysis, by the way. Thank you, Tisa. You're so sweet. And thanks for the super chat. That is way too kind and very generous. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Tisa is like amazing, guys. You guys should all go subscribe to Tisa Tells YouTube channel. I've been watching her for a while now. And she's at the Diddy trial, okay? She is at the Diddy trial, Sean Combs. And I actually don't usually call him Diddy. And there's a reason why. Do you guys want to hear why I don't call him Diddy? I don't know if I'm kind of going on a tangent now. And some people get really upset when that happens. I read in the comments. But, I mean, stuff happens. We're live here, right? But I don't call him Diddy because this is why. After the nightclub shooting, and I've talked to people about this, after the nightclub shooting in 1999, he was Puffy then, or Puff Daddy, whatever you want to call him. I'm actually working on a Crime Fix episode about this for Law and Crime. And I really wish, guys, I've talked about Sean Combs on my channel before. I've done lives, I've done some videos, and it's just people, I guess it just feels like people aren't that, at least the people on my channel aren't that interested, and I don't know why. And I think it's a really important case. And I wish people were more, at least on my channel, were more interested in it. And I know you guys have tuned in to listen to me talk about it. And I so appreciate that. I'm not trying to complain or anything, but it's just not gaining traction on my, among my viewers. But I do, whenever I've talked about it and you guys have tuned in, I really appreciate it. But I think it's a really important story for many, many reasons. Sean Combs is somebody who was able to come from very little and build himself up to become like he was at the top of the entertainment business. He was a powerful, powerful guy. Okay. And I remember, I'm old enough to remember. And Sarge, are you still on here? Sarge, you were probably at the NYPD when the nightclub shooting happened. When that nightclub shooting happened, I remember when that happened, you know, and that.
All right, guys, no offense to anybody that's interested, but I do the Diddy stuff here and there, but I'm trying to get this out, the stuff she was talking about, Brian. So hold on.
The shot that wounded her and that he fired the gun. And like, it's funny because everybody that during the trial, the testimony, Sean Combs represents the word. I mean, seriously, how much baby oil is this guy buying? But at the same time, I'm kind of getting sick in the trial when I'm reading the transcripts about this. And he basically just don't give a damn if they violated the.
Don't get me wrong. What the Diddy thing is very important. Okay. Is it really? There's nothing else about Brian then? Okay. So don't get me wrong. I'm gonna have to start tuning in when she goes live then, because I don't mind her. And she does talk about things other than what's scripted for that damn show, the Crime Fix show. Okay. That's kind of important to me. So anyway, to hear somebody that's in a media show that actually does have the ability to talk about something other than Brian's guilty and look at things in a different fashion, that's way important to me. That's all I'm saying. So thank you, Angel, for giving me the heads up on that. Otherwise, we'd have sat there through all that and I'd have been pissed because there was nothing else. But she basically put out there what she's talking about, I guess, and that's that. But I'm going to start tuning in when she does do her shows because I'm curious to see how she feels about this personally. You're fine, chick. No worries. But anyway, moving on to something else here. I've been following this other case, and I like giving updates for those of you that follow it with us. 1 second. I found something 2 days ago that I haven't brought out to you guys yet. 1 second here. I didn't know if you guys knew this was happening. If I can get it up here. Where is it? That's not it. The Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullins case, the sheriff that shot the judge. Anybody that has followed that with us, that's something I've been obsessed about, that one. And I'm trying to find, or I just saw this 2 days ago, where it went. I wanted to show this to you guys, and then we got wrapped up in something else. Everybody knows that story. For those of you that don't know, there was a judge, this was in Kentucky, that shot, or I'm sorry, a sheriff that shot a judge, right on live on camera, for those of you who didn't see it or follow it. And we've been following, trying to figure out what the hell happened, why. There is a channel that's been covering this like we have, but she's there and in that area, and she knows a lot more. Hey, Ro, good to see you. And I'm trying to see. This might be new here. This is something I didn't even know existed. This is brand new. I just found. This Letcher County was where this happened at in Kentucky, guys. So there's this, and I'll pull up that other channel that showed this new stuff. They're talking about some secret stuff she found, so on and so forth. That gives us a little more updates in this. I really want to know what's going on with this. Hey, JC, good to see you, dear. I have my thoughts on this. There's talk about them that his attorney's trying to have him released and everything dismissed. Now, mind you, these videos, there's no audio, sadly, but you do kind of get the full effect. You know what I'm saying? With what's going on here. So this is something they said was new. This may be something we saw. I don't know. We'll see. Now, these are people that work within the courthouse here. Okay? And you watch some of the body language. It'll give you some answers to a little bit of something. Watch how Mickey comes walking in here. Now, this is, mind you, this is 2:30. This was after lunch. They went lunch, came back. There was an interaction between Kevin and Mickey at lunch where Mickey got pissed off, grabbed his lunch, and left. Thank you, Phenomenon. That's yes. Phenomenon. That's it. That's the one I have. I gotta find it in my downloads anyway. So, there was an interaction between the two at lunch. My understanding is that Kevin said something along the lines of, "Do we need to?" They got a little heated. They were in conversation, got a little heated. Do we need to get together in quarters? So on and so forth. That's supposedly what happened. And Mickey packed up his lunch and walked out, pissed off. And then that was around noon, 12:30, 1 o'clock or something. They come back here. They go back to work for a little bit. Hey, Dana Renee, good to see you. And then this stuff goes down here. Dana Renee says, hey, Diego, Angelina said she's not going to be biased. She just wants to see the trial. So, yeah, good. Good to hear. When he comes sauntering in here, you can kind of see he's like kind of shaking his head. Looks like he's irritated. Not happy, I'll put it that way. They have all these people walk out. There he sits. It's like he's checking doors to see who's around and who's not, in my opinion. See, this Mullins guy seems kind of cocky, kind of arrogant. Steins doesn't seem to, or Mullins doesn't seem to be real upset or irritated or anything. Mickey looks nervous. He looks agitated. Everything seems okay until the phone situation goes down, and then all hell breaks loose. I wish I was better at reading lips. Sorry. Mickey's got his arms crossed, being like he's guarded, irritated, you know. He picked up a cell phone, attempted to make a call. It's like he has the camera on, guys. Do you see the camera? Why does he have the camera on? Is he recording something? I never saw that before. Yeah, this is definitely newer footage. You see it? You can see his phone. He's got his camera on. It's showing his face live. Oh, he backed out of that. So he must have been recording something. Did you guys catch that, or am I the only one who saw that? Unless it was an accident, maybe. It's on again. What is he doing? Trying to make a call. I don't think anybody else is seeing. So he asked him for his phone. And it looks like he's comparing something to something else there. That was weird. Yeah, but you could see his face in it, Matt. That's why I was trying to figure out if that's what it was. I don't know. That's what I mean, Alicia. It looked like it was his camera showing his face, but it could have just been a reflection. That was weird. I never saw that before. We've never seen this length of it either. And this judge is like smoking one cigarette after another. Is either he's a chain smoker or he's nervous. Ah, that could have been it right there, chick. FaceTime call. Bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Oh, now he stands up, pulls the gun out. Whatever Mullins is saying ain't good. Oh, they blind. We've already seen this. They blocked that out for whatever reason, but lock the door. You're correct. I know, Alicia. It drives me nuts. I would love to hear what they were talking about. He comes back in here. I never saw that before. Does he do it again? Oh, shit. Maybe he did. See, I never saw him walk out, come back in, and shoot again. If that's what he did, that's crazy. He really wanted to make sure that he wasn't getting back up. Okay, you guys can unblur it now. Damn it. Right, that's new, you guys. That never happened in that last video we saw. He shot him a few times. That explains the amount of times now. Yep, they clipped it, feels right. Out, and then he goes. Oh, now they're coming in. He's got his gun drawn, too, trying to figure out what the hell happened. I understood. Yeah, Alicia. If it was his daughter or his family, and remember what he said, you guys. They're trying to kidnap my wife and my daughter. So he's still moving around back there. See it? Or trying to, I guess. Or maybe that's just these blocks moving like that. Okay, my apologies. She was 17, I believe, Matt. Is 17. At that time, she was at least. Hey, James. Yeah, at this point, the sheriff went outside, came back in, and that was that. So that was wild, you guys. That was wild, wild, wild. Hold on.
Another video has been released in Kentucky ex-sheriff Mickey Steins' case. The footage is from Kentucky State Police body-worn camera footage immediately following Steins' apprehension on September 19th, 2024. Before we get to that, let's review what sources close to the Steins family are saying. Mickey Steins was asked by his wife to leave their home the night before the shooting. However, it was not due to a troubled marriage. Mickey had not been sleeping, and he was keeping her and their daughter up at night. The source said that he was going on 7 days with no sleep. Several people close to him were concerned and urged him to see a physician. He did go to the doctor and was told to take over-the-counter medication for sleep deprivation. This takes us back to the rumors that Mickey was being threatened by someone in that town. If these threats are real, this may have been why he was having trouble sleeping. The alleged threats would have been coming from someone there in Letcher County who had a stake in the Benfields lawsuit and the secrets it was uncovering. Mickey was told if he said all that he knew, his wife and daughter would both be kidnapped and killed. The threats began 3 to 4 days before his deposition in the civil lawsuit filed by Sabrina Adkins against him.
Well, there's the answer, guys, right there. That if he told what he knew about this, that his wife and his daughter would have been kidnapped. We weren't given that context before. That's interesting. Good to know.
Him as sheriff and Deputy Benfields. Steins shot Mullins just 3 days after giving his deposition in that suit. If you would like more information about the suit, we have several videos in our case playlist, which we will make available at the end of this video. From what the locals say, there are many people involved in this scandal that Benfields was caught in. This takes us back to a possible motive for threats against the ex-sheriff. There are no regulations on the ankle monitoring companies in Kentucky, and it is a big dollar business. Since the lawsuits were filed, the county cut ties with East Kentucky Correctional Solutions and hired a different monitoring company. So we ask again, was East Kentucky Correctional Solutions giving major kickbacks to players in the courthouse and jail system, and possibly even Mickey? Now back to the video released just yesterday by Fox News. This was footage that Steins' attorney wanted released, and now we see why.
You okay?
Why are you going to transport me in a vehicle for?
Probably not to put you in Letcher County Jail. I mean,
Why?
Just probably because, I don't know though. I don't know if that's happening.
I don't mind to be down there.
You don't mind to be down there?
They'll put me in a
Well, I mean,
cell.
we'll talk about that, you know. I have to talk to, see what the logistics is down there.
I got to get put in a vehicle and go outside.
Well, yeah, I understand why you're worried, but at the same time, you know how it is with something like this. We're going to be worried about you in the jail down here with local people. You
Right
know?
now, I'm alive and well, no weapons on me. So, if I leave this building, I won't draw another breath.
We're going to
Go where?
in one of these rooms, and we're going to talk real fast.
Well, yeah, not in one of these right here.
I don't know. I think they cleared one out. So
I feel safe doing that.
why? I ain't gonna let nothing happen. Okay? I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. So don't worry about that. I'll stick with you until you go to your cell. Okay? You'll be all right. I promise you. What? Nicky, you know, we just talked about we known each other forever. I ain't gonna let nobody hurt you. Would you talk right here? If we pulled up some chairs, we'll just talk low. We're just trying to let everybody hear stuff and see everything.
I don't care if everybody hears. I just don't feel safe.
Okay. Well, here you should feel safe. There's cameras here. There's people everywhere. People in there. So if we pull up some chairs right here, would you talk to us right here?
And I don't have a problem transporting stuff.
Well, that's transport is another issue. We'll make sure you're safe on that too. We'll wait till after we get done talking.
I ain't trying to be difficult, guys, but I don't feel safe.
So we got to know what led to this, Mickey. What transpired leading up to this? Because I know it just didn't happen for no reason. Something's happened. Everything has a reason why it happened. and why somebody acts the way they do.
Just be fair to me.
We'll be fair to you.
Just don't beat on me.
I ain't gonna beat on you. Nobody else is gonna beat on you. You know that.
Don't shoot me. Somebody gonna kill me, man.
Nobody's gonna shoot you. Nobody's gonna kill you.
Don't do that. Don't shoot me. Kill me and stuff.
So, what? Tell me about what was going on earlier today. What was you doing earlier today? Tell me about your day.
It was fine.
Good day? Normal stuff? Office stuff? Why was you over here at the courthouse? Just was you had to come over here, drop off some papers, so you come over here to talk to somebody?
Even for court. Come over here all the time.
For court?
Yeah.
Okay.
All the time. Just come over. We had lunch together at street side.
Who did?
Several people.
Who all had lunch? Let's talk.
He's definitely there's a mental health break here for sure. You can tell he's kind of detached. You know what I'm saying? And it could be the sleep deprivation or a combination of things. There's something not right.
Talk about it. What happened today?
Which jail are we going to?
I think, not positive, Mickey, but I think they'll transport you to the Leslie County Jail for your safety.
For your safety. And Mickey, you've been around most.
I'll never make it to Leslie County Jail.
Hey, who do you want to? Who do you want
Put
to?
me in Leslie County Jail. You killed there. You killed me in the jail. So I guess y'all might as well do it.
Who do you want? Who do you want to transport you? Of all the police officers here, who do you want to go with you? There'll be it has to be at least one KSB officer. Even if you ask one of your deputies, who Jason Bates is going to transport you. And I'll go with Jason Bates. You know me and Bates our whole lives.
Yeah, but
You know we ain't going to do anything to you. I'll go with Bates down there with you.
I mean,
Mickey, why do you think we're going to do something to you? I don't understand that. Why would we want to
there's
hurt
somebody
you?
on the way. Y'all stop when somebody on the way.
No.
We're going to stop and let somebody do something to you?
No.
That's actually kind of insulting if we do that.
No. We would never.
Look, I know this is obviously a very crappy situation, but I assure you that we have no intentions of harming you whatsoever.
We ain't going to do anything to you.
Yeah, I'm not going back to one of them rooms now.
We ain't. We'll talk right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, be fair to me now.
We're going to be fair.
I seen the look.
From who?
Jackie, y'all, come on now. Don't kill me.
No, worry about that.
Don't this is let's be fair.
Nobody's going to lay a finger on you, I promise that.
Don't shoot me.
I know.
Like that.
I don't know you nothing like these guys do, Mickey, but unfortunately, they've told me this is my case. But I guarantee you, nobody within the state police has any ill intentions, or nobody's going to lay a finger on you. Why wouldn't?
There he is.
Just tell them to be fair with me. Mickey, you know where we'll be. You know where we'll be. You know where. I've worked with you for how long now? You know how I work. You know how I've operated. I've always been fair with anybody. They say he's transporting. Yeah. So who's waiting on us at the Leslie County Jail or
nobody?
Yeah. Just be fair to me, man. Give me a trial. You know. Give me a trial. Well, you know we're going to be fair to you. You've known us for. Yeah, man. Box lived to just be fair to me, though, man. Give me a trial.
I told him I'll ride with you too to make sure nothing.
Yeah, he can ride with me. Yeah, he can ride with me if that makes you feel better. I mean, I understand why everybody come in huffy and puffy, but there was several of them, man.
Well, emotions are high when things happen like that. They don't know if you would still want to be aggressive towards them.
Well, I was already cuffed, man, sitting down, and
I know.
The other guys have patted me down and stuff.
Well, I've not been aggressive with you any. Clayton has not. I know Bates has not. So you're okay. I promise you. Okay, you're okay.
Mickey, it's our job now to protect you. I mean, you're in our custody. going to do our best to make sure nothing happens to you, and we sure ain't going to do nothing to you.
Mickey,
Come on now.
you know we will be. You know we will.
I got 5 grandkids.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But you know we will be.
Do you see how he's looking? How Steins is looking at him like he's looking into him? Like he's trying to figure out whose side he's on. This has me wondering something, you guys. Like truly how deep this is with these locals in this area. But he keeps staring at these guys and looking at their eyes and stuff, the way he's looking into them. And mind you, the dude's obviously not okay right now. But yeah, there's something. He keeps staring at them, and he's staring hard at them, like trying to figure him or read him or something. It's weird.
You know I've not been unfair to anybody I've dealt with.
Not with me.
Yeah. And we've been together a long time.
We have.
Yeah.
But just, even after I get there and stuff, just.
Honestly, you guys, this is sad to me. I feel so bad for this guy. I don't quite get all this, but I feel really bad.
We're going to make sure you're all right. Don't worry. We ain't going to let nothing happen to you. I promise you that.
That's exactly it, Cat Lady. He's staring through these guys, watching their eyes, looking at them, trying to realize, can I trust him? I've known him for 35, 40 years, but can I trust him? Is he involved with them or something? You know what I mean? Beyond sad. Beyond sad. Val says he knows too much to survive, in my opinion. Maybe. Something's wrong out. Something's bad wrong in this city, folks. Phil says the fact that he's so worried about transport and holding tells you that he is in his right mind at this point. The mental break is long over. Probably, Phil. You're probably right. Because he probably expects now that they're going to take him out. Because there's something he knows that he shouldn't be saying. Which in turn is why he was told, if you tell about everything you know, your wife and your kids are gone. That's what put this in this. That's what pushed this. Okay, this guy, I feel so bad for him. Agree, and it feels weird to feel bad for someone you have seen a video. Yeah, it does, Alicia. That's my thing. But you know that there's a reason this happened. This guy, I read everything I could when this first started about him. He was so well respected. The whole town still loves him and supports him, and has for years. For this to happen, there's something real dark and bad going on, for real. And he still is so paranoid because he thinks they're going to kill him. He truly feels like they're going to kill him. And imagine that feeling as a law enforcement officer, you guys. That's nuts.
Nothing. I'll go with him. And nobody's going to intersect with us or anything.
No, I promise you, I'll drive you the whole way.
Why do you think we would do something to you, Nikki? I'm just curious.
We'll be down there a little bit, Bates. He just want to talk to you for a second. So,
Be down where?
Sallyport. When we get done talking, we'll go down there. You got gas already, full tank?
I got 3/4. Which way are we going to the Sally Port?
Not outside.
I don't want to go back that way.
Yeah.
Now, come on, guys.
What's the best way to go? I don't know. What's the best way to go, Bates?
I think it is probably that way in the elevator.
Yeah, I don't know.
We can all walk with you.
We'll figure that out and see.
I promise you, man. Listen, I promise you. You've known me and him for what? Since we were 14.
Come on,
okay,
fair to me.
And I promise you this right
here
here.
to the Leslie County Jail, and they beat the hell out of me and killed me and stuff there. You know, nothing like that's
They're
going to
not going to do that.
Yeah.
You know, promise.
And I ain't got nothing on me now. Don't get me back there towards the active crime scene. Me end up dead when a million other people see me. No.
Listen, the elevator's right there.
Don't they go down the Sallyport?
Car or anything. Yeah. Heck, you
So
know
who's all going on transport? Me and him. I'll go with them. I'll be in the front passenger, and he'll be the driver.
I'm for sure I got 3/4 of finger gas.
Yep. Cameras will be listen.
I promise, Mickey.
Cameras will be on. Everything will be good.
Yeah, I know how that. Yeah. I'll go on there.
Okay, Mickey. So listen. Let's.
He's giving up secrets here. He said, I know. He started saying, I know how, like, because he was one of these cops. I know how things happen around here, basically, is what he was about to say.
Do you want to tell us what happened? That's up to you. I'm not trying to force you. It's up to you if you want to tell us what happened. I mean, like I said, something led up to this. It just didn't happen. We would just like to know why it transpired this way. If you don't want to, that's up to you. You don't want to talk about it?
No.
Okay.
You're not going to kill me, ain't you?
No.
No, Vicky. Why in the world would we do that?
Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? Just make it short. And if not, then we'll try to figure out the transport situation.
What do you mean trying to figure out? You already told me what it was.
Well, how we're going to take you down there and stuff. So.
Yeah, y'all are going to kill me. I know you are. No. Why would you think that, man? Let's just get it over with, man. Let's just go.
You don't want to let us know what happened? Okay. Just if you don't care to hang tight, because I took on some of this property, I just need to give that to somebody. Okay. I'm probably
now, come on now, you guys are going to
no
do me and now.
No, I need to get.
Property. All I had was.
You had your cell phone, your keys. I need to take that holster and
now come on now.
I need to go give that to somebody else. I need to move my car. My car's in the middle of the street. Actually, I may leave my keys with you.
Okay.
If you could take it to my house and just drop it off.
Come on, sure, guys. Don't.
That property's in my seat. If you want to do that.
Okay.
Get one of them to follow you or something.
Okay.
You don't care?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We'll do that. Let me. And we'll let you take that with other people.
Kill me, guys.
What are you going to?
Come on now.
Can you slide your shoes on, Mickey?
No, now come on. Come on now. Don't do me like that. Mickey, nobody's going to treat you unfairly at all, okay?
You want one more drink of water before we go, too?
Come on now. Don't do me like this.
Mickey, nothing's going to happen to you, I promise you. So,
yeah.
We're not even going to worry.
Don't do me like this now, guys. Come on now.
Mickey, nobody's going to lay a finger on you, okay?
Come on now. Can we loosen these up? My hands are.
Let's get down here to the Sally Port and we'll look at it.
Come on now.
Come on, Mickey. Yes, it will be.
Yeah, she lives kind of close to this spouse. She can get on the boots on the ground areas to this area. She's up past the Columbus area here in Ohio, which is crossover Cincinnati area and stuff like that. You can get to these areas pretty quickly.
Here's this holster. Yeah.
Come on now, guys.
Mickey, you're fine. I got my camera on.
Come on now, guys. No.
We got to get down there some way, okay? Mickey.
No, that ain't the way to the jail now, guys.
What's the way to the jail? How do you get down there? I don't know. I've never done it from here.
That ain't the way to the jail. No.
What's the way to the jail? I thought the elevator went.
No.
Does the elevator go down to the jail?
No.
They don't?
No, that elevator don't go down to jail. That elevator only goes up Circuit Court.
Well,
How do we get to the Sally Port? Huh?
It's either outside or through this stairwell.
You don't have to go outside.
How do you get there? Show us.
You can go through that stairwell right there.
Well, come on. Show us. I don't know it.
Come on now, guys. Be fair with me now.
I've been to this floor of the courthouse.
We can get to the jail right here, too. I'll show you.
Well, no, there's people in there. We can't.
Come on now. It's clear.
No, there's a woman right there. No, we're not going in there.
We're waiting in the Sally Port.
Come on, Mickey.
We ain't putting you in the Lefty County Jail.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying to do that.
We ain't.
Come on now.
Come on.
We ain't gonna hurt you, Mickey.
You careful.
We ain't gonna treat you.
Let's go down the stairwell.
Come on now, guys. Come on now.
You're good. Come on.
Where's the stairwell?
That's right here.
Don't let them do this to me now, guys. Come on now.
Mickey, we ain't doing nothing to you.
Nobody's going to do anything to you, okay? Come on now. Nobody's going to do a thing to you.
You walk yourself.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody as scared as this guy is for his life right now. Ever. I mean, this is crazy.
Okay. No, there's gloves there and everything. Come on now.
Gloves.
That's from. Come on now.
That's from EMS.
No.
Keep going.
Now,
Come on. You're all right.
Now. Y'all don't kill me now. Yeah.
That's it. Go this way. Come on. Nope, don't. Not that way. Not that way. Come on. Mickey.
Come on.
No, you can't talk to him. You can't talk to him. Come on, Mickey. You know better.
Come on now. Don't put me down in jail.
He's looking every which way he can, looking for somebody coming after him. That's crazy.
Here, we're not.
Is that the jail or is this?
This is right here.
Come on.
How do we get in the saddle? Is that
It cuts left right here. I have been.
Open the door.
Hold on, give it a second.
There shouldn't be nobody in there. Come on now.
Everybody's on lockdown.
Come on now.
No, yes, sir. All right.
Come on now.
You're all right.
What you guys do to me now? This ain't right.
KSP, open the door.
This ain't right, guys. Come on. Just get me to a facility.
That's what we're trying to do. It's a long way to walk from here to Leslie County. You know, I'd rather not be there.
Come on. Let's go.
Come on now, guys. Who's in the Sally Port?
Ladies.
Who's in the car with them in the back?
Just Jake.
Just us.
Nobody in the back.
Come on.
Just us.
Be fair with them now.
Come on. Let's go.
You hear that? He's asking who's in the Sally part or port. Who's in the car with him in the back? Like he really thinks somebody's going to take him out.
Come on now. Come on now, guys.
Very good.
No cameras out there now. Come on.
I got my camera.
We got cameras right there.
I got my camera on.
Oh, come on now.
Just push through the door there.
There's cameras in that group?
No, there's something. Somebody's in. No.
No. You're gonna let it alone. Keep going. Keep going.
There we go. Come on now. Come on now.
Mickey was obviously paranoid and probably running on adrenaline after what he had just done. His attorneys have mentioned several times that he had good reason to be paranoid, but they have also referenced his mental health in their talks with the media. So we are still left to wonder, why? Why did this happen? Was Mickey delusional due to lack of sleep, or was he justified in his paranoia?
No, there's a good reason for this, I think. There's a good reason for his health, in my opinion. Or I'm sorry, not his health, but his actions, his paranoia. There's something he knows. And he said, I know, he started saying it. I know how this goes. I know how this happens. You know, things like that. Something ain't right, guys. Like, it makes you wonder how many times this has happened in the past. All right, so to catch up with what I was trying to show you. And I've never seen, not even a criminal, act like this, okay? This is a sheriff. And these are people he's known since they were kids. That's the sad part. All right, hold on. Hillbilly Crime has covered this from day one. She's done an amazing job with it, by the way, too. And she's from that area. So, now the defense, by the way, filed a motion to dismiss this. They wanted to dismiss it completely. Hold on a minute. One minute. There was a video put out. 1 minute here. She just put out. It's wild. This is wild, y'all. That's why I've been on this case from day one. First off, it's shocking. Like, what the hell? And secondly, it's wild. You don't see stuff like this happen too often. Right, Angel. I don't think it should be dismissed, but I think it should be, they need to figure out what the hell's going on. Wait a minute. So she knows this whole case inside out. She does an amazing job with this. I really would love for you guys to check her out too. She's a pretty sweet lady too. Give me a second here. All right. And she went into this and she started explaining certain things on this. And I thought it was pretty interesting the way she went into it. Again, the channel that this is from is Hillbilly Crime. All right, let me get to the point here where she starts going. Okay, here we go.
Y'all, hit that like button for us. Look, he gets up and looks to see if anybody's standing out there listening. That's what I think he's doing. He's looking to see who's listening. Yeah, June. She said, Mommy, she was going back to bed. Let's see if it'll.
By the way, the name of her video is What Does Mickey Know? Like, how much does he know?
Message pinned. Oh, it pins it up at the top. Okay. All right. I'll figure this out through YouTube. And until they get that freezing up fixed. Look, it ain't froze up not once. It was StreamYard. So all of the creators who are using StreamYard software, there's a hiccup in that somewhere. I'm glad I saw that notice right before I went on. Now we figured it out. Okay. I'm going to pull this back up now.
There's no way they can dismiss it, you guys. Okay. And I think they're basing it on the grounds of the cause. But still, you shot a judge in cold blood. Whatever the reason is, that's still illegal. They can't dismiss it at all. Now, can they get him off on a lesser charge, maybe, based on what the situation was? I'm sure, but there's no way in hell you'll be able to dismiss this, period.
Oops. Let's see. Kind of let people come back in. We're a little over 100. We were at about 500 whenever I had to close that out. I hate it.
She had one of my issues. She had to shut it down and restart. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up to where she's at.
Can you tell? Wanda Lardiri, Wonder Woman, Leanne Simmons. YouTube, because we can't put the comments on the screen and stuff. So you have to have that third party software to do all the kind of stuff that we do. So this one here's just about over. And then we're going to look at the new things that have been going on. He had retired, that he was gone, and that nobody could find him. Said he was in Aruba. Well, I don't think he was in Aruba because I saw him several times after that in the courthouse. Daniel Dotson is who we're talking about. He is one of the big defense attorneys here, and he's been a defense attorney in this area for decades. So he's one of the good old boys. He's in that big circle. But so he has officially retired and resigned. But there's an even bigger update that has taken place in the last day. So let me see if I can pull it up. Okay. We'll do it this way. And I'll read it for you all. Let me make sure there's no identifiable information here. Okay, there ain't. All right. So here is a photo of the press release, and I'm going to read it. It says, allegations. Let me see if I can.
Sorry, you guys.
Zoom it. Nope, it's not going to let me. Okay, so I'm just going to read it. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Press release. Okay.
So here we go. It's another one, guys. Judge Terry Adams. So another judge under fire with the same situation, same area.
You all saw it. Now I'm just going to read it. Letcher County. It's a press release. Allegations of misconduct by Letcher County Judge Terry Adams spark calls for investigation. For immediate press release. Letcher County, Kentucky, June 5th, 2025. So this was released yesterday. Concerned citizens are calling for a full investigation into alleged unethical conduct by Letcher County Judge Executive Terry Adams, who is accused of using his elected position for personal financial gain through real estate transactions involving Homes Incorporated, a housing organization largely funded by state and federal programs. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's one of those nonprofits in this area that I talk about all the time. But I didn't realize that Homes, I had some suspicions just because of how much money and property seemed to be going through that organization, whether directly or indirectly. And I knew that they were very, very connected to like the Letcher County tourism, and which is another big connection. That's Don Childers' daughter-in-law. Now, I always thought that Missy Childers was Don Childers' daughter. That's what everybody told me. But I ended up getting some documents through some of the research that we've done. And it looks like she married Don's son, and then Don's son must have passed away. And so.
Who said, you said you love the fact that no one has shown concern for the judge. Oh, you're talking about that to me. Well, I think the reason why nobody has shown concern for the judge is because it's come out that the judge was a very big part of some very bad stuff. And what he was involved in, it was some bad, no stuff. You were talking about how nobody was checking on the judge and after he was shot, Cat Lady. Probably, yeah, I noticed that too. The judge, the one officer looked at him, and then that's all he did. Nobody ran over, checked his pulse, tried to stop anything or anything. That's kind of interesting to me, you guys, to be honest with you, that nobody even remotely ran over to him to try to physically help him just in case you could. It makes you wonder. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. And think about that. She's right, though. That makes you wonder. Did they want him dead? Did they think that it was... You saw nobody was talking to Mickey like he was like a real criminal. There was no urgency, not even remotely, guys. It tells you, like, these things tell their own stories, I think. And still, when this happened, we had a couple people pop in here from that live in the white, whatever the hell it's called there. That were like, yeah, this place is bad. Bad. Lots and lots of people are badly involved in these things, so on and so forth. So that's what I'm saying.
So she was his daughter-in-law. Well, she is also one of the head honchos. Like, she owns Pine Mountain Grill in Whitesburg, which is a huge business and has been for a very long time. And they started the Letcher County Tourism Committee, but I'm sure that's also a nonprofit, I would say. I'm not sure about that, but I would say that it is. And because they get a ton of grants. All this grant money that I've been talking about, it doesn't just come, excuse me, it doesn't just come in here for the addiction related stuff. There's a ton of money that comes into this area for tourism. And, you know, anyway, we'll talk more about that in just a minute. Sources allege that Judge Adams has been purchasing land parcels, many tied to tax delinquent properties, and reselling them to Homes Inc., raising serious concerns about conflict of interest, misuse of office, and access to privileged government information. Remember, as we went through those audits, what was something that, and the fiscal court, what was something that we noticed on there or in there? One of the things that we noticed was that they have a big program for dilapidated properties. It's called a buyout program. So I'm not even sure how it's supposed to run. I'm not sure how they do run it. I don't know. We've never really been given any kind of information about that program other than it exists. Well, I've not ever seen any properties that's been, but I mean, nobody's running anything past me, of course, you know. Further, there are suspicions regarding the source of funding used for these property acquisitions.
Now, that's one thing that came up early on in this that we found out. Some of this has something to do with property management and owners of different things, or people being involved in, like she's saying, buying and selling these different properties, and this whole thing. It's a big whole thing, I guess. And somebody that was in here before, like I said, they brought that up too. So I'd like to know what the details in the background of that all are. That's why I brought this up, but I guess she's not going to get into what I thought.
With some alleging possible misappropriation of government funds. These actions may violate Kentucky state statutes, including KRS 11A.020, prohibiting public officials from using office for private gain or acting where a conflict of interest exists.
So, in some senses, folks, this is going to end up being like the Idaho situation. So, let me see if she talks about something here. Otherwise, we'll jump out of this and into something different. But I just wanted you guys to see some of the updates that we have on this case, which are pretty wild.
Ben Fields and his wife, Angie, they both worked at the jail. He said
Ben Fields is the deputy that worked underneath Mickey, for those of you that don't know. Okay. Ben Fields is the deputy Mickey fired, the one that was caught trading sexual favors for, I believe it was ankle bracelet, like monitoring situations for their probation, on film, caught. Okay. And other people. Well, there's other people that were involved that were not on video. Okay. And that's what Stein supposedly testified to, per se. Jesse. And that's what his life was threatened over. That's where they threatened to kidnap or kill, whatever it was. I think it was kidnap his wife and daughter, if he were to tell everything he knows about that whole situation, which is crazy to me. Okay. Once again, this kind of reminds me slightly a bit of some things that are happening or happened in Idaho, possibly. Okay. I'm just saying the corruption is real in this one, folks. There's no two ways about that. And we just saw, I've never seen anybody as paranoid as Mickey Steins was about somebody taking his life. He truly believed somebody was about to kill him. And all he wanted to do was get to the facility so he could be under the protection of those people that were not people that he worked with that knew him. There it is, okay? To the point where he's asking who's in the car waiting for him in the back seat when he gets out to the Sally Port for this. That's pure, and I mean, like, come on. You think they're going to kill you. I don't think he expected to make it to trial. I don't. And that's crazy. And yes, these are protectors. This is our law enforcement, our judicial system. And God help the people from this area, from in Kentucky here. That's scary, folks. It tells you. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
he's talking with McCall to try to figure out a solution and is studying jail regulations to learn what he can and can't do. Sloan said the county doesn't have any money for a bigger jail, and even if it did, it would just mean more prisoners would fill it up. He said he hopes to find another solution that will relieve the overcrowding and the pressure on inmates and employees. It's stressful for everybody involved. It's stressful for the inmates. It's stressful for the guards.
I never saw that. Wait, I'll have to look into that, though.
Stressful for everybody, he said. You know what just dawned on me? Bert is also the one that made Ben a trustee in the jail.
No, this is the same case, Cat Lady. That's what we were told, was that his phone, the phones. I wonder now if when he was checking the phones, as if it was to see if he had been in contact with the mother, the wife, and the daughter. That's what I'm thinking now, after what we saw. It's really crazy. No, wait, I haven't heard that one, but I will be looking into it to cover here too. So very interesting, and thank you, sir.
Jail. So Bert absolutely knew Ben and knew Ben very well. I mean, they all know each other, of course, but his wife worked with Ben and Angie for 10 years prior to him becoming the jailer. And if he worked for the sheriff's department, then he just worked right behind the jail. So they were in physical contact, all the time. But that just shows you how preferential treatment goes. He knew Ben. Ben was his friend. He was his buddy. He was his co-worker. He was his wife's co-worker. No investigations into Angie. No investigations into the jail. No investigation into any of the other higher ups. And I know one of them was doing the exact same thing that Ben was doing, only this person didn't have any arrest powers. But if you really think about it, neither did Ben. He could arrest somebody in the courtroom, but that's where his arrest powers ended, was at the courtroom. Ben did not have the authority to arrest anybody, even as a house arrest supervisor.
I thought about, because she knows so much with this case and she's close to it, I thought about reaching out to her to see if she'd like to join me to have a conversation up one day over here about this and go through what her thoughts are to get her side of everything personally with us guys. I thought that might be a good idea. You guys think so? If you'd like to hear from her, if you'd like to have her join us over here, throw a 1 in the chat for me and let me see what your thoughts are, because I'm still debating on it. Thank you, Christy, again. You're doing amazing today. I'm gonna hit just a little more of this and we're gonna bounce on, guys.
Just unbelievable. McCall said part of the problem is state prisoners have to stay in the jail until the Department of Corrections can accept them, and state prisoners are overcrowded as well. The state pays local jails to house those prisoners, but that hasn't.
That's exactly it right there. They were getting favors, sexual favors, in lieu of probation fees, court costs, the cost of the ankle bracelets if they had to pay out of pocket. And I wonder if the daughter was forced into that or something along those lines. That's a good point. That's a good point, Tomboy. Very good point. I like that. Thank you. The daughter definitely had something to do with this, more than what we think, okay? And you heard them say that the wife asked Mickey to leave and not be there the night before, but it had nothing to do with, because they've supported him through this whole thing, had nothing to do with a bad marriage or issues like that. I think that it had to do with safety, that she wanted him to leave because they didn't feel safe with him there. Does that make sense? Maybe that's what it was. You do great, Tomboy. You know better. All right, so I got a couple ones at least. Phenomenal said yes, and Cat Lady said yes. So yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna reach out to her and see if we can get her to join us one day and do just a show on this, because I'm real curious what she actually knows, and how she could explain this to us a little bit more based on what we already know. Yeah, bingo, Christy. That's what I was thinking. Like, he's probably saying these crazy things and paranoid throughout the house, freaking out, so on and so forth. And she's like, I need you to go. You can't be here. You're scaring your daughter. You're scaring me. We can't be around this, you know? So I just go until you can get your head straight, Mickey. Please get it together. I love you. You know, that whole thing. We want you here, but you can't be here like that. You got to get yourself together. And then this happens. So yeah, the question, Alicia, was about reaching out to Elizabeth here to get her to join us on a panel one day and have a whole show about the Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullen situation based on what she knows, because she's very close to this. She knows it. And I would just like to reach out and have a conversation with her about this one day here. That was the question. So I just said throw a 1 in the chat if you guys agree. Yes, 17. The daughter was 17, Tomboy.
Made any difference in getting them transferred either. 5 years ago, if we needed to transfer some prisoners out, we could call another jail and they'd take them because you get paid for state prisoners. A lot of county jails became state, like certified, I guess would be the right word for it. Like they would have to have certain criteria for the jail where they would be allowed to hold state prisoners, and the jail gets paid for that. So whoever the jail is that's overcrowded and needs to send prisoners out, the jail that ends up holding them gets paid. Like the jail that's sending them out has to pay them to keep their prisoners, which is what Letcher County Jail actually ended up doing. They started housing state prisoners. It really isn't right next to the toilet. So that was where I had to sleep that night. Jail at that time. Who paid that? Why would you just leave a water running like that? Well, why isn't our grand jury inspecting our jail?
Okay, so she moved on to something else. So I'm going to reach out to her, see if I can get together with her, have her join us over here, and have a show on the Letcher County situation. I really enjoy her. She's very easygoing, soft-spoken. She does great on this show. Guys, her link's in the chat right about here. Go check her out. She does other stuff too. Subscribe if you will, if you haven't already done it. Hit the notification bell, hit the like button, and let her know that we respect her over here if you go over there. So thank you guys. And we're going to move on. But I'm going to reach out to Elizabeth and see if she would be interested in joining us, like I said. To have a conversation about this. So on we go. Moving on, because we've been here for a minute. I'm really, guys, really obsessed with this case. I don't know why I was from day one. Maybe because it's something you don't see happen too often. But I am. I want to know what's going on. I want to see, and it's pretty much there. It's just breaching the surface of the water. The corruption is. You can see it, but it's not quite out there yet. You know what I mean? Just kind of sticking its nose out of the water. So I want to see it. I want it to be proven to the world. This goes on everywhere, guys. This is in the South, in a small town. Once again, here we are. Okay. So yeah, I want to see this come out. And if this man did what he did, I know it's wrong to take somebody's life. There's no two ways around that. That's why we have the courts and judges and all that legal stuff. But guess what? If that's what the corruption is and that's what you're fighting against, you can't trust it. You can't. So you don't have a choice in some senses. So I don't blame him. I just don't blame him. I know what he did was wrong. Okay. I know it's not right to take someone's life, but what was the cause? Under what circumstances? Okay. The man was scared. So that ain't good for himself and his family. All right, so again, I'm sorry, guys, I'm taking up time. I got to jump into my next segment here real quick that I wanted to bring to you guys. 1 minute. All right, hold on. Foghorn Leghorn country. Yes, sir. Good stuff. All right, let's get these updates out here now. For those of you that are familiar, I'm sure you're familiar with the Travis Decker situation. This came out yesterday about this situation. They're still looking for this guy. Anna Zorman, hello and welcome. Well, Cat Lady, that's what I'm about to explain to you, dear. You're ahead of me.
Of Washington now activating the National Guard in the manhunt for Travis Decker, the suspect in the murders of his 3 daughters. Governor Bob Ferguson issuing this statement here on social media saying, quote, I am tapping emergency funds and ordering Washington National Guard resources to support the search for Travis Decker, who is suspected of killing his 3 daughters. At the request of the Chelan County Sheriff's Office, we will be providing helicopter transportation for law enforcement as they search in remote areas. And I do want you to take a good look here at Travis Decker. These photos circulating as folks are being asked to be on the lookout for him. Travis Decker has been on the run for about a week after investigators say he kidnapped his daughters in Wenatchee and killed them, leaving their bodies at a campground. Now, as you'd imagine, a mother is left mourning her daughters, and the mother's attorney, Ariana Cozart, joining us now live to talk. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Obviously, a very emotional situation, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And I can't even begin to imagine what Whitney Decker is going through right now as she just tries to process this. So can you tell me how Whitney is doing overall?
She's doing better than I think anyone could ever expect. She's an incredibly strong woman, a strong mother, and her love for her children just really, I think the whole world can see it now. She is surrounded by friends and family. Her family has been incredibly supportive. Our community has been incredibly supportive. And Travis's family as well has been very supportive of her. I think at this time, she's just trying to grieve to the extent that she can. She's also assisting law enforcement with finding Travis or trying to find him. And she is already turning this into whatever positivity can come out of it with changes to our Amber Alert laws, as well as boosting resources for mental health for veterans. She's very passionate about both of those things. And I think she's just holding up really well. One of the things that she has said is when something like this happens, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. You are standing still and the world is still spinning around you. And I think that that is very insightful as to the grieving process.
And I did want to show these photos that were provided of her 3 young daughters there. What does Whitney want to make sure that people out there know about her daughters, who they were, what they meant to her, and what they meant to so many other people?
I think Whitney wants people to know the true spirit of her daughters. They were little balls of light, I call them. They were full of kindness and positivity and love, even for their father. They were just, we are so incredibly blessed to have had them in the world. And I hope that people can just honor their memory by giving her and her family grace right now through this difficult time.
What message does Whitney want to get out there? We mentioned the Amber Alert. You were talking a little bit about that. So what message does she want folks out there to have?
There's systematic changes that need to be made in Washington State regarding the Amber Alert. The parameters of the laws and of the system didn't allow law enforcement to issue the Amber Alert because there was no obvious danger or something along those lines. And Whitney has some great ideas already about how to prevent that in the future when you have a parent who has the mental health struggles that are documented with the court, whose time and visitation is limited already by the court, and then they don't show up. And in this case, Travis Decker turned off his phone, which was something that he had never done before. And the police could not locate him immediately because of that. Then the Amber Alert should have been able to be issued immediately. And if that had occurred, it is a possibility, although we do not know yet, that those little girls would still be alive. As far as the mental health resources for veterans, Whitney had the strength to help Travis or try to help Travis through his mental health issues as a combat veteran. And she saw firsthand the struggles that are involved for veterans trying to get help, even when they seek it. It's impossible to get it here in Wenatchee and here in Washington, really across our nation. We are doing such a disservice to our veterans as far as providing them with resources, especially with mental health. And so that's a big passion of hers. It was prior to this tragedy, but now, excuse me, more than ever, as she thinks about her babies, that will always be in the forefront of the mind.
How does she feel? How do you feel about just all of the support that's come from not just that local area, but all over the country? How does that feel to you and, of course, to Whitney?
It's unbelievable. It's awesome. I just don't even know how to describe it. I know that she feels everyone's love and prayers and support and their grief, as well as her own. And as do we here in Washington, in the Wenatchee community. I think that we all feel the love that the world really has shown Whitney and for these girls. And I think that she is just in shock and in awe of the community support, of the support that we've received from strangers, in addition to, of course, the many, many people in our community that knew these girls because they were very active little girls. They did theater, they did dance, they did.
I still have questions about this, you guys. I'm curious how this went down because we know that there were plastic bags and zip ties. We know what the plastic bags were for. What I'm trying to understand are the bloody handprints on the vehicle as compared to that situation. So I don't quite get that yet.
Sports, so they were loved by many.
We've heard from the sheriff's office. The sheriff himself has urged Travis to turn himself in. He said several times, if you're watching, turn yourself in right away. Is there any message that Whitney does want to get out to Travis if he is watching?
Whitney has not given me a specific statement for Travis, although I know she just wants him to turn himself in. She wants him to come back, I would say, to humanity. He's clearly lost. No one but a monster could do this. I don't think there's any argument about that. And she just wants him to come back. She needs peace, and this investigation needs to be able to be wrapped up so that she can have that peace, and really our community, our state, and our country can have some peace here.
Ariana, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and to share a little bit more information about those three young girls and, of course, Whitney Decker, who is now left in mourning. Like I said, I can't even begin to imagine. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you?
Oh, we definitely do, Renee. Renee, sorry. The Amber Alert thing is a disaster. Sorry, in my opinion. And it blows my mind. I don't even think the abduction thing should have anything to do with it, okay? When a child goes missing, I don't care if they're 0 to, I'm 1 month old, 1 day old to 18 years old. They're a child. That Amber Alert should be kicked out immediately, period, without fail. I don't care what the protocol is for it. It's dumb because here we are. It's been proven, and we've proven in this channel covering certain cases, that when the Amber Alert gets kicked out, kids are found so much faster. They should have done it. It's dumb that they didn't even consider it that. It blows my mind. I was wondering if they were somebody else's handprints. That's what I'm saying, Cat Lady. Unless he injured himself and did it, I'd like to. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If there was another vehicle, somebody else he had there that he may have taken in, like harmed and taken their vehicle, or taken them with him or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? That's what I'm wondering. But truly, that's what's wrong with this whole situation and many, many, many more. Sebastian, Summer, all of these things. The Amber Alert system has screwed up so many cases, guys, and it needs to be changed now.
You go.
I think that Whitney just really wants people to honor her grieving process and to honor the memory of those three beautiful babies, and to really hold our politicians and our country accountable for veterans and for the things that they.
Okay. So she's done talking about the parts that we needed to hear, and I drug on and gave too much time. So in response to that, okay, hold on a minute here. I'm trying to catch the brand new. Hold on a minute. Right. This is the newest update as of an hour ago on Travis's situation.
Hundreds of deputies, police officers, and members of the National Guard are searching for any sign of Travis Decker. Authorities are also sharing these new pictures that they hope will help someone recognize him. Officials believe Decker is still hiding somewhere along the Pacific Crest Trail. The trail will remain closed until they finish their search. As the manhunt continues, there are renewed questions and focus about changing Washington's Amber Alert rules. Advocates say that if an Amber Alert had been issued for the Decker girls, they might still be alive. Como's Ryan Sims has more.
From the beginning of this case, WSP says an Amber Alert was not issued for two reasons. First off, the fact that Travis Decker had never been violent with these girls before. Also, number two, because there was no proof of abduction at the time they were reported as missing. Reasons that are not good enough for the girls' loved ones.
Yes, the Amber Alert system is broken. It needs to be fixed. We're working on that.
Como learned the victims' loved ones are now working to set up a task force that would examine the state's Amber Alert laws, all to see what aspects of the Amber Alert system are working and which things are unrealistic and need to be revamped. In Travis Decker's case, they say his history of mental illness and his military background should have been considered for an Amber Alert.
With the training and skill that he has and unfortunately used, that should be an automatic Amber Alert.
Already, they say several central Washington attorneys have agreed to be part of this Amber Alert commission, yet WSP insists that the current requirements for an Amber Alert just did not match this case.
We all wish we could go back in time, but we can't. We have a system, we have thresholds, they're set, they're thought through on 50 states. It's a successful program, but in this case, whatever alert we had did not work.
Ryan Sims, Como News.
The state did issue an endangered missing persons alert. That means the girls' pictures were sent to media outlets and alerts were displayed along freeways. The only difference from an Amber Alert is that people did not receive push notifications on their phones.
It wasn't enough. These girls should not be dead right now. I'm sorry. Not to mention the warning signs that were shown. The warning signs that were shown from him, he shouldn't have been allowed to be alone with those girls, in my opinion. I'm just saying, okay? It just bothers me really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Anyway, I don't even know what to say on this one. So, all right, y'all, let's check out something different here. Moving on. A little bit of crazy, weird news going on out there in the world. Sorry. And yeah, endangered missing is not enough for me. I'm sorry. That's not at all. There should have been something way more serious put out there, in my opinion. And I know, like I said, the protocol, the rules, whatever. Arctic Fox True Crime put out a petition a couple of years ago to get this modified, to get it changed, okay? For all the reasons in the world that it needs to be done. Here's another one. We see many, many, many of these cases that if there would have been an Amber Alert put out when they went missing, they'd still be alive, guys. They'd be found. They would have been probably, you know what I mean? There's no excuse for it. No excuse at all. I don't know the deal with the custody for sure, Wade, the details, but still, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. There's no two ways about it. They need to change it. So, moving on, like I said, there's just no two ways about it. I've been doing a newer segment in this channel with crazy, weird, wild, out of this world type things going on in the news, and I've been enjoying it. As I've actually had a lot of comments and emails telling me that they've enjoyed it too. I've been following another channel by the name of James. He puts out alien stuff, ghost stuff, weird stuff, crazy stuff, and I've been following left and right with the stuff he's covered. So we're gonna check that out here real quick, and then we'll move it into the end of the show. I think we'll skip the Good Samaritan stuff just for today. Go right to the laughing and end it for you guys at that point. So let's see what we got going on right now. Hold on. It's the same place that put out the other guy. The other day we talked about the Julian Brown situation, the guy that created the new fuel out of plastic waste. So here's something to look at. This next scenario, like I said, this is a crazy, weird situation. And I want anybody in here, when you see this, explain this to me, please. Because I believe in a lot of things. I've seen a lot of things, but I'm also a skeptic. But this, I want somebody to tell me what the hell this is about.
So apparently on the end of April, beginning of May, Lady Gaga did a show in which she gathered 2.5 million people in Rio de Janeiro. And she broke a record for that. The thing is, after...
Oh, you're going to miss it, cat lady. I think you'd actually like this, but okay. No worries. I gotcha. I'll be here.
After the show, a lot of people started noticing how these concerts, Lady Gaga, The Weeknd, and many other artists, they all resemble rituals.
El alma a todos los presentes.
Monsters never die.
First off, 2.5 million people is the biggest concert venue I've ever seen in my life. I've never heard of one, and they even that close to that, but that's huge.
In her most recent concert, Taylor Swift is performing witchcraft. And I know this is going to raise some controversy in the comments, but this just doesn't look right to me.
Weeknd just performed a concert in Brazil, and there was a lot of symbolism, starting with the stage he was performing on.
This, of course, led the entire internet into this really bizarre rabbit hole.
And that's what guys, we know what rabbit holes are. That's fine. We don't have to go down them. But he's right. I looked into this yesterday, and after he put out what he put out, I looked back like there's a lot of concerts that are being put on, and they're doing a lot of this weird shit. It's strange. So, just saying.
Mind control, rituals, underground bunkers.
They go to this party, they're all given these huge gold masks to put over their face. And he said there's celebrities everywhere.
Secret societies and even mysterious and unexplained phenomena. What really happens in these concerts? Is there anything going on, or is this just nonsense? I decided to deep dive into these crazy theories, and this is what I found. So I guess that it all starts with the Lady Gaga show that happened in Brazil.
And there was other reports, Michelle, the same things. Like, I'm not saying there is anything to this. It's just coincidental, okay? It's really weird. Very weird. And again, it's weird shit in the news. And when it's coming out in the news, I'm looking at it going, why are they saying this? What's going on? So I go back and look at these other things. I don't know that it's true. None of it could be, okay? It's how you perceive it. You got to say that. And if you have that on the mind, think about this. We know this. If you have things on your mind that you're seeing spread out here and there all over the place, when you see something, you're going to perceive it in that sense possibly too. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true or false. It's however you perceive it. So it's up to you how you take this.
Just recently. So this is the 2.5 million people that were present at our show.
Yes, Bohemian Grove. Yes, ma'am.
It's massive. And this is the moment people notice that it actually looks like she's performing some sort of ritual.
Donde Lady Gaga nos quitó el alma a todos los presentes.
One thing, let me tell you. Well, Lady Gaga puts on one hell of a stage show. There's 2.5 million people here. That says something in itself. She does put on a stage show. She's very theatrical. That's all this could be. So just understand that.
That's kind of creepy. It's like a rebirth ritual, something like that, but it's really creepy. A lot of red.
Monsters never die.
It's crazy how she says monsters never die, and afterwards she was dressed like this.
Comes out wearing this, and the opening to her song is "Raise Your Hands," and she has this cross across her chest. And
so can someone explain to me what's up with this outfit? I mean, it could mean something, but it has this creepy vibe to it.
She ended up performing a song called Bloody Mary. And if those of you don't know what Bloody Mary is...
So Bloody Mary is...
One more time, this could all just be for effect. Performers are performers. That's why they're called performers. And it's a whole thing, guys. So, like, before you read too deep into it, just double think it.
Is a figure conjured in a mirror ritual. Oh my gosh, often involving chanting her name to reveal the future or potentially harm the summoner. Wait a minute.
Police in Brazil say they foiled an attempt last night's Lady Gaga concert in Rio de Janeiro.
What? Wait a second. Oh my gosh. So basically you got someone that was about to set off a ta-na-na in the middle of a concert that looks like a ritual, and she's playing Bloody Mary, and rumor has it that that was the song this thing was set to go off. Now this is pretty weird, but it wouldn't be the first time a tragedy happens during a concert that actually looks like a ritual.
So Travis Scott planned on going to Egypt to do some mass show. However, the show supposedly got canceled because of strange rituals. Amazing how y'all forgot what happened not too long ago at Astroworld.
Wait a minute, what happened at Astroworld?
The concert put on by Travis Scott where people said they felt like they were in hell, where the stage literally had a portal, and the portal said "see ya on the other side," where his shirt was telling us what that other side was. Blue people going into a door, coming out as red people with horns on the demons, where people lost their lives.
So searching for more information about this Travis Scott concert, I found this.
It just felt like we was like literally like in hell, bro. Like it felt like we was in a concert in hell.
This is what the concert looked like. And like this.
Literally speak for themselves. Look at how chaotic it was.
What is that, like a dragon? And then you got this.
Why did my phone focus like this?
See you on the other side. And then you got a video claiming to capture what appears to be a shadow figure jumping at the crowd during the Travis Scott concert.
So I was watching footage on the Travis Scott concert when I noticed this in the bottom right corner.
It was originally uploaded by Mars7K, and I can't find the original video anymore for some reason. This is what he caught on camera.
So I was watching footage on the Travis Scott concert when I noticed this in the bottom right corner. Energy way off with this one, y'all.
Did you see that? Look at that. It's really clear. I mean, what is going on here? Look at that. That's a shadow. And the arms, they're really long. This is really bizarre. And there's also this other video uploaded by Kevin Lorenzo. It's the same thing, but from a different angle. Look at that. You can clearly see it's not a person. What is that? At the time, this led a lot of people to think maybe...
So, like I said, I looked into some other stuff. And I even talked to my kid. Okay, there's a rapper out there. I can't think of, is it Yeezy? Is his name Yeezy? Maybe. Okay. Anyway, the rumor is that this Yeezy dude, I think it's Yeezy. Bear with me if I'll get the name right. Made his own shoe line through Nike, I think it was, maybe. And when he made these shoes, they're branded with the he made 2 sets of them. One's for heaven and hell, per se. But the first set that he came out with are made with a drop. Each pair of shoes is made with a drop of blood, of his blood, right? And granted, stage shows and publicity bring people to you when you do weird things. Period. Is it? Hold on. Hey, you guys, who's the rapper that made the tennis shoes with his own blood? Anybody? Who's the rapper that made all his tennis shoes with his own blood? Tennis shoes. And they had like 666 on them. Anyway, they were all stamped with like the 666, and I don't know if the blood thing's true, but that's the whole rumor to get everybody to buy them, you know. Is it Yeezy? Alicia, thank you. Alicia knows all this good stuff. So, anyway, and that's what he did. And then supposedly after the fact, they came out with the opposing side to that. But these things are all strange for marketing things, in my opinion. These ritualistic stuff and stuff like that, and this, and is it a thing now? Is this how they market their music and their lifestyles or whatever? I mean, what? Little Nas X. Sorry, Little Nas X. That's who it was. I had it wrong. Either way, Yeezy does things too, though, from my understanding. Stuff like this too. So there's that. But anyway, so this is marketing. If that's what I think it is, it's just marketing procedures that they do to get people to buy into their products, their music, their shoes, their clothes, whatever. Fine. That's great. If that's where you want to go, that's you. You know, not everybody believes in God or whatever, so it doesn't matter in that sense. K Hale, if you can still find it. K Hale. Okay. I write it down. Thank you, bud. So anyway, if you're Alicia, it's fine. Don't worry about that. You can't be perfect every day. Okay. So is that what it is, or is there something to this? I don't know. I don't follow this stuff, so I don't know. And that's when I saw this, I said, this is wild. This is interesting. And I figured I would share it because I figured you guys would be interested too. So let's go on. Just say it. There's that too.
Maybe there's something off with these concerts that look like rituals.
See, y'all see stuff like this and see art. Me, I search it out and look at the bigger picture. Down to your left, you'll see a big mouth as well. But this big mouth is symbolizing the mouth of Moloch.
Wait a second. Yeah, okay. I get it. But this could be just a coincidence, right? So this is one of the Weeknd's concert, and this was posted in 2023.
Look closely at what crosses the screen. Did you see that? Did you see?
No, I didn't.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Look at this. Satan.
Wow.
Pause it. Pause it.
So this is from Faye, and she posted this back in February this year, and she says, it happened to me 2 years ago. It was really scary. I do not recommend. Save your money. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, this is another Weeknd concert. Yeah, what's going on with these? And then you got this one coming in from 2024, also The Weeknd.
Weeknd just performed a concert in Brazil, and there was a lot of symbolism. Starting with the stage he was performing on, many speculated that this was supposed to be representative of a church because of the windows and the crosses all over the building. Now, when the concert first started, it was him with his hands out in the bright light. After that, the dancers slowly started to come in their red robes, and this is when everything went red.
Wait a minute, let me see if we can find more of this. So this is part of the show. I guess this is what he's talking about. So I'm thinking, what is this structure? What is it supposed to represent? I wonder what this church thing is supposed to represent. Because looking at the show, it looks like there's again a lot of red and symbolisms. Yeah, so it's a Mesoamerican temple, Aztec or Mayan pyramid, exactly. The scene resembles a ritualistic or post-apocalyptic gathering. Okay, so now we have 2021 with Travis Scott, we got 2023 and 24 with The Weeknd, and now with the Lady Gaga concert. Searching a bit more, I found another one coming in from Madonna.
Blessed is he who reads aloud the words of the prophecy.
What prophecy?
Blessed are those who hear, and who keep what is written therein, for the time is near.
Oh my.
He is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him. Everyone who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him.
So what exactly is she talking about?
Those of you who have not learned what some call the deep things of Satan.
Oh my gosh.
I know your works. I know your toil and your patience.
So I'm guessing that if I keep looking, I'll find more of these concerts that look like rituals. But then I found out it's not just in concerts. So 2 months ago, Saturday Night Live posted this video.
Save you now, heed the roar of the demon dog!
And that's Lady Gaga.
How do they even check if it's someone's birthday?
You have betrayed friendly!
Now here's the part where it gets interesting.
You have betrayed Lamastu! You have betrayed Kalima!
Wait a minute. So Lamashtu is actually a demonic Mesopotamian deity with the head of a lion, the teeth of a donkey. So they're performing a ritual on live television with the real name of a demon in Mesopotamian culture, just like we see in The Weeknd. So I see a pattern here. So the question here is, why are these rituals performed in concerts based on Mesopotamian culture, ancient Maya, Inca, and Aztec knowledge? This instantly brought me back to the 2010s when every song had this na-na in it. Take a look at this. So apparently Nana was a Sumerian god of the moon, also known as Nana Suen or Sin. Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe not.
This is The Weeknd before, this is The Weeknd after. This is Katy Perry before, this is Katy Perry after. This is Kid Laroi before, this is Kid Laroi after. This is Madonna before, this is Madonna after. This is Taylor Swift before, this is Taylor Swift after. This is Playboy Cardi before, this is him after. This is Triple Red before, this is Triple Red after. This is ASAP Rocky before, this is ASAP Rocky after. This is Travis Scott before, this is Travis Scott after.
So maybe this is not just some sort of coincidence. Maybe there's something going on here, but what?
Same people who own the labels own the prisons.
Literally the same people?
Literally the same people who own the labels own private prisons. The records that come out are really geared to push people.
Now I'm gonna tell you guys something else. God, I love her. Miss her so much. Wisdom speaks. Miss Sherry. We lost her not too long ago. We talked about this stuff at one point. We talked about Diddy, Kanye, and stuff like that. Sherry loved talking about this stuff. We talked about it a little bit here and there. She brought up some of this stuff, okay, and told me that she was telling her kids to stay away from her grandkids to stay away from this stuff because she said it was evil. Period. So, I've always trusted in what Sherry has talked about to me. She had a lot of wisdom as her name spoke. And I was like, wow, really? She goes, yeah. And it's a new thing, Dago, that they start in. Madonna is in her 60s, folks, performing. Nothing wrong with that. And she's doing this stuff. And Hollywood and all the weird things that go on in Hollywood and this and that. Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any means. But damn, y'all. Really? Like, the coincidental stuff is just getting to be too much. Is this what sells? If it is, not, like I said, not everybody believes in religion. And that's understandable. I respect that. But at the same time, like, this is getting to be a bit much. You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, Jesus, they thought Ozzy Osbourne was like the devil because he bit his head off the bat and all this bullshit and so on and so forth. That stuff was nothing compared to what we're seeing here. Like, they're almost looking as if they're doing actual rituals on some of their stage shows. I'm not saying it's real. But yeah, bingo. There you go. That's the thing, is people cannot seem to make, okay, let me put it this way. People will follow these groups, these music groups, these people that they idolize. In turn, they know this, okay, and people decide that they want to do this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's wild to me. So if that is, say, let's say that's what this was, that they're trying to do something with this. They know that people are going to follow them. They know that people will bow down to their music and their lifestyles and stuff. That's a scary thing, to be honest with you. So it's a little crazy to me, and it's definitely wild. Yeah, good point, Cat Lady. Good point. Not any of these things, Michelle. Any of the concerts I ever went to were nothing like this. They just came out on stage, performed, and left. That's it. There was no ritualistic weird shit, crazy shows or nothing like that. They didn't put on everything in blood looking, red colors and weird robes. No, none of that happened. It's just a concert. Now, I went to a Rob Zombie concert. There was nothing like that there. Moonlit. Nothing like it. Now, they had some of the stuff that Rob likes, you know, Frankenstein and The Mummy and all that old school shit that he likes. That's what he likes. That's how he became a director in the horror movies and stuff. But they didn't have any satanic or any kind of ritualistic scenarios going on. He had pictures of stuff up. Like I said, the old school horror movies is what Rob Zombie was a big fan of. The old White Zombie, which is where his name came from. Vincent Price movies from back in the 60s and stuff like that. So he had pictures and posters that he had made that he used as his stage sets. That's all. There was nothing in what he did. Just like Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper did a stage show. So that's what I'm looking at it like. Yeah, it's a stage show, guys. Never did I ever see a ritualistic type scenario. I've been to many, many, many concerts too. Okay. Nope. This is like taking it like 10 steps too far, in my opinion. And when people, young people, especially that are very, very like easy to persuade, see stuff like this, and then they want to be involved in it. That can be very dangerous.
Towards that prison industry.
But they didn't make you write those lyrics.
It's not about making somebody write the lyrics. It's about being there as guardrails to make sure certain songs make it through and certain songs don't. Some records.
And that right there, Miss Wisdom Speaks, she had me watch a bunch of what the Ice Cube videos that were put out. Cat Williams put out some videos and where they're talking about some of this stuff and how they've stayed away from it. They don't get involved in that. And because of that, a lot of them were blacklisted, along with some of the other stuff that goes on in Hollywood. And I'm like, wow, okay, that's interesting. And it's because it's what they call the gatekeepers and all that weird shit like that. That's what it's about. Hey, Feminem, good to see you. So it's real interesting, if nothing else.
Okay. Committee. You meaning record company guys sit around and tell the artists, this is hot, say that, do this. We're going to have this guy write the lyrics. We're going to have that. You have, the record company pushing the narrative. Some engineering going on here to make sure those prisons stay full.
Okay, that kind of makes sense, even though I have never heard of this before. And now we got this video from Jacksonville singer YK Osiris. Speaks on the music.
That's a whole part of it too, chick. You ain't lying. Not lying. We covered that a little bit. We were going to get into it some more one day too. But everything that went down within Nickelodeon and Hollywood and all these other things for all the kids and stuff, yeah, it's real, folks. There's no lie about that.
Industry
is not what you think it is. Don't let these people fool you, man.
Right. These are all my favorite groups right here. I'm not big on GNR, but still, that Christy put up, and none of that stuff. had anything like this in it. They just played music. They were, like the Sex Pistols put out a wild show, but it was just for publicity and to draw people's in. Sid Vicious would cut himself with a piece of glass or something. It is what it is. There was no ritualistic bullshit, though. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Before in his social media, people are always faking and let you know that this is not what y'all want. Do something that's low key. Do something that can help you out, other than being a target or a flashy.
What?
Because God can take this away from you real quick, and it's not a blessing from God. And I tell people that 24/7, this is the devil's game.
What?
This is not no God's game.
So apparently there's something shady going on in the music industry, and this is not the first time someone talks about it.
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, The memory erasure. They erase my memories. It's a little foggy. They did the...
When it comes to the music industry, there's something really strange and shady about it. Glitches, mind control, MK Ultra, underground bunkers, the list goes on. It's like this posted by Maverick just a couple of days ago. Wait a second. Amy Winehouse and Lady Gaga. Huh. And then you got this one from Lady Gaga, and this was posted on March 22nd. This is recent. What the heck? I mean, that has to be part of the show, I guess. And in October 2024, you got this account on Twitter posting about these secret parties in Hollywood. Check this out.
And he talked to some of his other creator friends, and they were like super hyped. They're like, dude, if you get invited to that party, like everyone who goes to that party, their career takes off. Like, you're so lucky, you gotta go. So he's about to go, and he talks to one other creator guy who like goes white, pale in the face when he shows him the letter, and he's like, dude, under no circumstances ever attend that party. Do you understand me? Do not go to this party. So he starts to get nervous, and he tells his friend, like, I don't know, man, I had one of my other YouTube creator friends told me not to go to this party, and he got like ghost white. I don't know if I feel good about this. And his friend's like, oh, stop being a wuss. Let's go. Like, let's figure it out ourselves. So they go to this party. They're all given these huge gold masks to put over their face.
Okay.
And he said, there's celebrities everywhere. There's people I recognize, other influencers, pretty high level influencers are there. And guy gets up and he's like, all right, party is starting. Here's how it's going to work. You're going to go from room to room. You're going to participate in certain events. It's going to be great. And at the end, we're going to give you an opportunity to promote your career through our enterprise.
Huh.
So
I've heard this story told 6, 7, 8 different ways by different people, and it always is the same way. Think about something real quick. And I'm not saying this is true. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. We've seen people come out of nowhere and just explode into the music world out of nowhere. Justin Bieber, that kid, well, we all know what one is probably a bad one to use, but like Lady Gaga, she came out of nowhere, and then granted she's very talented, but kapoof, there she goes. Yeah, right. Good point, Debbie. When Britney shaved her head, it was supposedly because she was at the Grove, didn't want to be in it, and that's why she got. And now they're making her out to be crazy. She's coming off crazy. We've seen her; she looks insane. All these groups that here's the deal. Basically, the way this looks is that they give you an option to become huge. You take it, and you do. Everything's great. If you deny it, everything don't fall around like it's supposed to for you. And that's not normal, folks. It's weird. Very weird. No. And that's true. They do work. I'm not saying that it's true, chick. Don't get me wrong. I'm just giving you an example, okay? And I've heard this stories again and again and again by other people. Cat Williams talked about it. Ice Cube has talked about it. Jamie Foxx. There was a scenario that went down with Jamie Foxx. He got real bad sick out of nowhere on a movie set. Was actually laid up in a hospital for quite a while, too. They related it to this. The Kanye and his bullshit. And then what was the kid that died in the bathtub? Aaron Carter. There was stuff that he started talking about and then he dies. You know what I mean? It's like, is it real or is it bullshit? Which way do you look at it? That's all I'm saying. And that's in a sense what it is. That the way they've explained it is you sell your soul to whatever and you become rich and famous until you don't. Okay? Amy Winehouse, yes. I've watched Cat Williams talk about this time and time again. There was another one Wisdom had me watching. Ice Cube's talked about it, like I said. Yep, Liam Payne, now he's dead. You know, think about this, guys. Is it possible? Sure. Is it plausible? I don't know. Yeah, the Katy Perry thing, yeah. And she came back. It's very weird. It's very strange. Brittany Murphy, she ends up dead. I covered the Brittany Murphy scenario. Makes no sense. None. And her husband. Very intriguing. I'll tell you that. Very intriguing. Guys, thank you for jumping in with us. I appreciate you very much. River Phoenix, that was back in the 80s. I won't attribute it to that then. I just think he had too many drugs rolling. He was playing in the drugs too much. Corey Feldman, that scenario. Yeah, all of these things that went down, you guys, it makes you wonder after we see this now. Now it looks like they're just putting it out on Front Street for everybody, like they don't care. Here it is. Take it or don't take it. You know what I mean? And it's like, wow. I don't know, but I definitely have questions. Let me play this out some more.
He said the descent begins at midnight.
The descent.
The descent, huh? So basically, to make a long story short, he goes into rooms one by one that are representations of the 7 deadly sins. So he's like, I started walking laps around the room to just keep myself moving. Gluttony, and there's people in there with like caviar and all this expensive food, and they're just shoving it in their face, like. And so he tries to abstain from eating the food, and this guy comes up to him and says, hey man, I encourage you to participate in the festivities because a slow drip is better than a flood, and then walks away. And he's like, a slow drip is better than a flood? What does this mean? And then you get permitted entry into the last room, and he was like, I'm not doing this. This is evil. I'm out. So he does that, and then the people that come to get him start shouting and pointing him out, and they say, the price was not paid. Let the profane be removed. Or while he's waiting for his like Uber ride or whatever for like 10 minutes. He looks in, he walks around to the side of the house and looks through a window, and he sees the last room that his friend went into, and it's all these cameras set up, and a bunch of people are wearing masks, and they would put each person in the center, and he doesn't say what they were doing, but he said basically the most heinous act you can imagine.
So that is why.
And the story I heard told from another person was the same thing. It's something that it's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying. And everybody there is watching you do this and holds this over your head. You can never walk away from the situation because if you do, they have this against you and it's a whole thing. That's what happens. They don't ever tell you what was done. Nobody is. I've heard it 5 or 6 different times. They never say what that heinous act is, but it's insane. Absolutely insane. And that story's been told more than, guys, if 8 to 10 different people are telling the same story and it comes out the exact same way, in different ways, they're all different telling it, that says something to me. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not sure if this is a real story though, but I wonder what happens in these parties. So this was posted May 12th, just a couple of days ago, and it says Mia, which apparently is a songwriter, claims that she was pressured to undergo plastic surgery and participate in rituals. Let's take a look at.
Met Jay-Z and I signed to Rock Nation. The first thing he told me to do is get plastic surgery.
Okay.
I'm not insecure because I would have got plastic surgery. People make it, they all can turn around and thank Beyonce because that's it. And enough is enough. I'm fucking coming for everyone now. And even Adele, because she's retired now, but her career would not exist if I hadn't made Jonathan Dickens into a manager. And bitch, when she gets an award, she thanks Beyonce. Oh, I didn't want to drip myself in blood and cover myself and swim in goop, in black goop, and fucking like wear devil horns to fucking sell a record. Fuck that.
What?
Or be a witch. Or be that, all of that. call her that.
So apparently this woman is a singer most well known for a song called Paper Planes. So maybe she's lying or maybe she's telling the truth, but she isn't the only one talking about these strange things in the music industry. March 24th, Justin Bieber shared a cryptic message on Instagram. The first image shows shipping containers, but then zoomed in, a small baby can be seen lying on a blanket. And this is his post on on Instagram. And this is the picture, the containers, and apparently a baby. And then he says in the captions, I got anger issues, but I want to grow up and not react so much. Strangest thing is, a couple of days later, he does a live stream to his fans looking like this.
You just a little bitty bitch for show. You just a little bitty bitch. You just a little bitty bitch for show. I've been.
To which Haley shut down his account instantly. For an entire day, his account would remain blocked. No one would have access to it. But why? What happened that he posted that cryptic message and then a few days later he's acting like that? And then he got this really bizarre rabbit hole with Taylor Swift.
She's a clone of the high priestess of the Church of Satan. Huh? What the fuck?
What?
What? Look at this picture. Yeah, let me see. This is like a famous high priestess of the demonic church.
Wait, Xena? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Actually looks like Taylor Swift.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
Exactly like Taylor Swift. Now what's crazy, they share a lot of similarities. They're both singer-songwriters, fam. They both have the same blonde hair, the same facial structure. Look, they even wear the same like lipstick. Look at their eyes. The eyes, fam!
Xena Shrek, former high priestess of the Church of Satan and the daughter of the Church of Satan founder Anton LaVey. Now we have all heard the theory that she cloned herself into Taylor Swift, and that's a decent theory. However, I have a different theory, and I have not seen it anywhere online. So Taylor Swift was born in 1989. Xena LaVey left the Church of Satan in 1990, just a year after she was born. Could it be that Xena LaVey left the Church of Satan because she had a daughter? They look almost identical, but just a little different. They represent one another. The snakes, they're witches, singers, songwriters. It wouldn't make sense that someone would leave the Church of Satan after having a baby. I believe Xena LaVey is Taylor Swift's biological mother.
So maybe this is just a coincidence.
Is this a coincidence? I think not, but you tell me.
Okay.
13 on Friday the 13th. My first album went gold in the U.S. in 13 weeks. Every time I've won an award at an award show, I've been seated in row M, which is the 13th letter, or like the 13th seat, or the 13th row, or the 13th section. It's really a good number.
Wait, hold on. There's more.
You guys know what Super Bowl this is? It's 58. You know what 5 plus 8 is? 13. What's Taylor Swift's album called? 13. Yo! Dang! You guys know the date of the Super Bowl? It's the 11th. Of? February. 11 plus 2. Yo!
Okay, that's...
49ers. It's 4 plus 9. Dude, come on. 13.
You gotta be kidding me.
49ers. The 1 seed. What seed are the Chiefs? The 2 seed. No, the 3. 1, 3. 13. This dude is so stupid. Where's Taylor Swift coming from? She's coming from Tokyo to the Super Bowl. What does that mean? A flight from Tokyo to Las Vegas. 13 hours.
No, you gotta be kidding me, man.
You know how many games Taylor Swift has been to? 13. 12. This is the 13th Super Bowl.
You gotta be kidding me, that's just...
Is this all true?
Yeah, no, this is all for real. Brock Purdy's jersey number is 13, so that's 8. The funny thing is, in numerology, 13 actually symbolizes good luck.
So it sounds like it could be more than just a coincidence, but it's still a bit far-fetched. But what do you think? What's really going on with the music industry, and why so many rituals lately? And why this bizarre link with the Mesopotamian culture? What's your take? Leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications on. Smash that like button, and I'll see you guys after.
Pretty wild stuff, guys, don't you think? Don't you think? Think about it. Very, very weird. And then Wade says November 13th of 2022. Very weird. Very weird. What's the address to the house? 1122. There's all that numerology stuff. I never got into that, but that's pretty strange, guys. It really is. Thank you, Christy. Just weird stuff, guys. Weird. Just saying. Take it for what it is. Just thought I'd share it because of the strange weirdness to it. So, moving on. Now, let's see if we can laugh a little. Thank you, Cat Lady. I thought some of you guys might enjoy it. I hope nobody got freaked out by it. Just saying. I just thought it was very interesting and very strange at the same time. All right, let's get some laughing going on here real quick. Like I said, you guys don't have to take it as a serious thing. I just wanted to share it. Hang on. Give me a minute. This is the last of it right here. All right, let's find some laughs here, guys. And decide what I wanted to throw up here. Kids are always funny. Can't go wrong there. Let's see what we got. And they make you smile. Oh, you're okay, Miss Bonnie. Take a nap, dear. You need it, I'm sure.
Bigger and bigger. And take off the band-aid. I want to get bigger and bigger. You want it to get bigger? Mm-hmm.
What are you eating?
Burger.
I know, but what kind are they?
Butt crackers?
Butt crackers.
What's on my face?
That?
What is that?
This.
What is it?
That one.
What you call that?
This.
What is it?
That on the lips.
What's on my lips?
That.
What is that?
Poop.
Yes, what?
Pooba.
Why are you painting on yourself?
Because I love it when I paint.
Because what?
I love it when I paint.
I love when you paint too. But I told you not to paint on yourself like that with those markers because they don't wash off. Why did you do that?
I did it because I'm a Libra.
Oh, because you're a Libra?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Got a ball.
What is it? What is that?
I see the ball.
It's a butthole.
I'm a Barbie girl and a Barbie world. It's a chance. You're from my hair and let it everywhere.
Tell me what you learned today with Miss Monica.
I know my baby CD.
And what else you learned?
I know my baby CD. Do
you know what that's a picture of?
What?
What do you think?
A monster?
A monster? No. You're gonna be a big sister again because mommy has a baby in her tummy.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
How are you? They're not saying anything.
It's not exciting.
Can you say between us?
Peanut.
Between us?
Peanut.
Between us? Between us? I know you got yogurt on your face.
Peanuts. Happy birthday. I got you birthday gifts. I'm an old dog. They're old, like grandma.
Who are we gonna pray to?
God. Baby Jesus.
Baby who?
Baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus.
No, I mean Jesus. The big Jesus. Guys.
Yeah?
Calm down. What a problem.
What are you doing?
I'm hammered. Boom, boom, boom. I'm hammered. Boom, 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 boom. I'm hammered. There's a pig. It's a freaking pig.
A what?
It's a freaking pig.
Take care, Dana.
So beautiful.
You're so beautiful. You're amazing.
Garbage trucks. Why
No?
can't I sing it?
Dada sing? You want excavator?
Can Mama sing excavator?
Yeah.
Hey, dirt. See you later.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Dad, yeah.
Daddy, do it.
I'm an excavator. I'm an excavator. See you later. I'm an excavator.
Can Mommy sing it now as long as I'm singing it with you?
What are you trying to do?
It's a tree type on its
Okay, go tell her. Go tell her.
It's a paper and fairy type.
Say it again.
Yes, a paper and fairy type.
Alexa, play Peanut Butter Jelly Time.
Peanut Butter Jelly Time by Patty City on Amazon Music.
It works now?
You needed to buy what at the store?
Sauerkraut.
And what you need sauerkraut for?
Babies.
Your babies? They eat sauerkraut?
If your girlfriend cheated on you, what?
I will find another dude.
You wouldn't cry?
No, I wouldn't be crying.
Why?
Then I got two different girls.
Why you wouldn't be crying?
Because other girl cheated on me. I was good. Because it was on the bus.
I mean, so a girl cheated on you on the bus? So what'd you do?
If they didn't cheat on me, they broke up with me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rachel. Happy birthday to you. Why? It's your birthday. In order to change your name when you get an adult, you got to get married.
No!
Why?
I want to be 50 old.
You want to be 15 years old?
Yeah.
And then you're going to change your name at 15 years old?
No, you can't. I like that my Barbie doll has a prosthetic leg. And I do like that it has a wheelchair, and it's a really special doll. And sorry.
Who wants to go see Chuck E. Cheese? Do you want to go see Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah!
Yeah, you want to go see Chucky?
Yeah!
Are you ready?
Yeah!
Did you get a good power nap in?
Yeah!
Where are you going?
Preschool.
You're going to preschool?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Witch.
A witch?
How old are you?
3.
You're not 3, you're 2.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not 3.
Yeah.
You're 2.
We.
How old did you turn at your last birthday?
We.
No, you didn't. You turned 2.
Wait. I need to beat him up with.
No, you need to go.
No, you just say, don't bite me.
No, you need to.
Tell.
If they try to bite, you say, no, do not bite me.
No, I need to beat him up.
Say I'm handsome.
I'm handsome.
Say, ooh, look at my hair.
Look at my hair.
Ooh.
Mom.
Oh, my bad.
Alexa, turn on the Lost Boy. You picking a video? Alexa, turn on Lost Boy.
I can't find the song Lost Boy.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, Alexa. Yes, you can.
Soda leper. Duda. Duda.
Go. Hotter.
Duda.
Oh. Yay!
There you go, guys. Sorry it went over a little bit longer. Like I said, I get wrapped up in these cases we're looking at sometimes and it just drags on. So my apologies. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I hope you enjoyed what we did check out, guys. And again, thank you anybody that donated towards the channel, anybody that in any way, shape, or fashion did. We don't expect it, guys, but appreciate it. Thank you to the mods that are here for being here. I love you guys to death. Thank you to all the rest of you for joining us today. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Hopefully I'll see you tonight in here. We'll see how that goes down. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You're the beautiful people. See you soon, folks. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.